I didn't set up anything for in the room because my approach to Shiatsu is to do with whatever is presented to you. You know, so it's not that I'm going to need a specific setup in order for me to do the best I can do. I should aim at doing the best I can do in any circumstance. Not only when the candles are on and the temperature is perfect and you know, the futon or the table is just as I wanted and all that stuff. You know, like my training, and I don't know how I ended up going that lane, but I really like to just show up and see what the business is about, and then do the best I can in whatever the situation as it presents itself. All right. So one of the things that I do, and I explain later why I ended up working on the table, is I work on a massage table. And I thought, well, instead of setting up the table before, I'm going to set it up now, so you see how and what are the reasons why I work on a table, having had all my training on the floor like everyone else here. So there's a table here. Is any of these tables? Yeah. Let's try it. The green one. Thank you. So does anybody here work on a table? Okay. Oh, quite a bunch. Oops. Okay. Well, we have to fix that later. So as you see, this table is set up pretty low. And many Shiatsu practitioners, when they do the transition, excuse me, when the Shiatsu practitioners do the transition from the floor to the table, they tend to use a low table because that is what allows you to bring in your body weight, right? Now, the reason I got to work on a table was because I worked as a volunteer at Ground Zero during 9/11. And of course, there were no tables. There's nothing there. Thank you. Let's see. Wait. Yeah. So one there. So we work on the floor, on stairs, people sitting down, lying down, wherever they could. The conditions, as you can imagine, were not the best. So I got injured there. Oh, actually, I got injured. I injured one of my knees doing Aikido, but at Ground Zero, I re-damaged that, and my knee was like this when I finished. So I couldn't go back to work on it on the floor. And my teacher, Pauline Sasaki, which I'm sure most of you know, and from whom most of the things that we're going to talk about today come. She helped me to do the transition from the floor to the table. And she had a table at her place. And we started working on her table and experimenting with the height. And it turns out that she was also taking lessons of Alexander technique. And we started to work with a different alignment in order that I could be vertical instead of having to bend over. So what we did was, instead of centering the energy in the hara, I would send the energy in the spine, on the spine. Okay? So it's a completely different alignment, and that allows me to be vertical and have full access to all the great stuff that the floor has for us during the shiatsu session on the floor. Okay. Now, this table is actually a little bit high, but the idea is that when you're standing and you're straight and you make a relaxed fist, and the bottom of the fist should be right where the table is. Okay, so this is the height where the table is comfortable, at least for me. You know, I know many Japanese teachers work on tables, but they're very, very low. This is another ball game. Okay, now let me have somebody to work on. Yeah, face up. Let me see. Let me put this. Lift your head a little bit. There we go. Okay, so here she's even higher than the table, but it's okay. Okay, because with Pauline, we started to develop. I mean, she really was the guiding force in how to do this techniques where this feels like palming and penetration with the thumbs gets deep enough without me leaning into it. Okay. Now, because it carries a completely different alignment, if I were to stay too long in a subo, I would have to start contracting. And that will change the quality of the contact. Okay. So in order to make it work, if I cannot stay in one subo for a long time, I either go into the subo, the same subo several times until I feel it's ready and I can move on, or I just keep moving. So my thumb would be the mother hand, the child hand, and the rest of the hand would be the mother hand. And I'm alternating. How does it feel?
That's great.
Okay. Now, around the joints, you know, like I need to alter the angle. So what I do is I do it just from my wrists. I don't need to do this stuff, you know, because the hara, I mean, my contact, the quality of my contact doesn't depend on me having the hara right on top of where I'm working. So it's like they're pushing the gondola, you know, like. So now I am using her body as an anchor for my weight if I needed to put my weight. But basically what I'm doing here is like I'm directing towards me. And if I need to go from this face of the leg a little bit below, I can do it towards me and up. Okay. So it's very, to me, it really quiets down my body and it allows my energy to expand in such a way that if I find an area where I need to open up, I think about it and it gets done. Instead of me having to physically work in it until it happens. So the joints, for example, are two solid material parts that they get together by a space. If you don't have space, there's no movement in the joint. Okay. So I don't work on whatever is whatever muscle from above is holding this up, or these muscles that hold the other bones down. What I'm focusing on is in this space. So my idea here is that I need to be in such a state that I inject space, or I elicit space in the joint instead of creating the space physically by pulling around. Does it make sense? Okay. If you have questions, you can stop me at any time. Okay. Now, this is how I regularly start a session. I always do the stomach channel, work around the joints a little bit. I always do the bladder channel as well, because when you do the stomach and the bladder, you do the whole body. Um, I work the feet, and then do the other leg. I go up. I sort of like do a circle and finish in the same place. But even before I start the session, the very first contact that I have with the client is I measure the length of the legs. So from above, I look and I put my thumbs right underneath the inner malleoli. And I look from above and I see, well, this leg is already longer than this leg, probably because I worked on it. Okay. But whichever leg is longer, I'm going to start working on that side. That's how I choose if I'm going to do my higher diagnosis from this side or from this side. Okay. Depending on what leg is longer. And I'm going to be monitoring this throughout the whole session. Okay. Because I'm sure this leg was not as long as it is now if I hadn't had worked on it. Right. So I'm going to be checking, by the end of the session, hopefully, I want to have both legs even. Okay. But it's important to understand that, because I see sometimes people come to my office and say, yeah, my doctor said I have this leg longer and the other one shorter. So they gave me some support, to even the gait and stuff. And it's so plastic. I mean, in one session, I see changing so many times, that taking just one picture of one movement where one of your legs might be longer than the other is to fix forever a situation that needs to be in flux, okay, in movement, right? So let's say, because this leg is longer, I start on this side. I'll do my higher diagnosis, go down one leg, always from the hara down the legs. I'm going to do this other leg. I'm accelerating the tempo a little bit because I want to get into something else, but at the same time, it's not that different from what the tempo is. Every client has their own tempo, so I never know how fast it's going to be or how slow. She might not catch up to a slow tempo or a fast tempo, so I have to really get in the music that she's playing and then listen to the music I am playing, then listen to the music of the environment where we're both at, and then make our own music. So it makes the unique encounter that hopefully would work for her. They're even already, and you see it's like maybe a minute of work. All right. Does somebody want to check how this is done? The measuring? What?
What's your rationale for starting there?
I'm measuring the length of the legs.
But suppose be the, okay, so let's say that wasn't the issue that she came in with the red flag.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Let's say she came in with.
Can you? I'm not getting it.
Supposing she came in with bad things, would you still start?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, this is something that we're going to be seeing in a graphic way. Pain usually tends to be the place where energy gathers in a contractive expression, right? So if she's doing this, and when she arrives, I go there, I'm putting my 5 cents to the dollar there. I'm contributing to that being the thing, all right? I'm putting more energy in the wrong box, basically. So, you know, she's most people have had some issue. Then, you know, they worry about it. Then finally they'll tell the wife, the husband, the friend, oh, this. So they have somebody else involved in their pain. Then finally decide to, you know, to get their whole family worried. They miss a day of job of the work. So now, you know, oh, will this person will be able to continue? Like it's like a big funnel of energy into that one thing. Then she goes to the doctor, and then the doctor says, "Ooh, this is I don't know what it is. So maybe let's do some exams." So it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and all the energy is being drawn to support the contracted state of the situation. Okay, and the antidote for contraction is expansion. So I want to see where else that she can dial 1-800 expansion and somebody picks up the phone. You know? Because we know that plenty of people that say, oh, wow, oh, I'm sorry, oh, terrible, oh, you know, like all that stuff. So to me, we need to look at a different phase of the energy. So where can I help her open up? And I'm not going to take care of the back pain. I don't care about the back pain. She's going to do it. I'm going to work with what's working well, and what's working well is going to take care of what's not working well. Okay? So this is liberating because I don't have to be focused on the pain. My life as a practitioner is not about what's the pain. And then I go to the pain and like, no, I'm like, okay, this is a situation, fine. This is your story, fine. I take it in, I put it in this box, and then we do this, and then we see what happens, and then we can put that in relationship to the pain if it's still there, you know? Could you get it?
I think, I mean, the lines were a little confusing, but.
It's fine. So your eyesight needs to be right on top.
Mhm.
And then you can compare if this is a little bit lower than that or, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still,
Anybody else wants to try? Yeah, okay.
putting,
Huh?
it's like putting in golf.
I don't know how putting is.
Right over the line.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, like this. You don't need to press just to make sure that, you know, you have a line there and you have a line here, and you compare if that line and this line are even.
Maybe no. This leg seems more contracted.
This is more contracted. Yeah.
That tiny.
This leg is more relaxed. What is relaxed? Okay. Relaxed, it means that if you give energy to a muscle, what it's going to do? What does a muscle need in order to contract? Energy. No energy, no contraction, right? If you give energy to a muscle, what it can do is contract, right? And then when it has no more energy, it would either collapse or get stuck into a more permanent kind of stiffness. Now, if there's more energy in this muscle and more energy in this muscle and it becomes shorter, this is pulling that And this is pulling that. So the space in the joint is less. So as she relaxes these muscles and these muscles, there's more space. Okay. But I can do it the other way around. I can say, listen, there's a lot of space here that you could be using that you're not using. Why don't you just do it? And she just did it. She went like, see, it's a situation where I found, with the help of my teacher, a technique where I can play around and just the idea of what I want to accomplish helps her to accomplish it. All right. Now, that requires several things. One is that I don't have a routine or a kata that I do the diagnosis, and then for this diagnosis, I do this kata. Okay. And then as I do the kata, yes, I might find things here and there and I work them. And then at the end of the session, I'm going to compare how it was at the beginning and how it was at the end. That's a luxury I cannot afford. I don't know if you can either. Because things move very quickly. Energy is movement. So if you don't get it when it's happening, exactly when it is happening, yeah, you know it happened. Yeah, you know the result is better than when you started. And that's great. But what I get from knowing exactly when it happened is how she does it. How did she get into this mess and how she can get out of this mess even without my help? Just with a reminder, you have space here. And she did it again. Do you notice? Do you notice anything in the previous
I'm
time?
trying to wrap my brain around this.
I'm talking too much. But basically,
What I just
if you want to stand up, let's stand up. We'll do an exercise. Feel the contact of your feet with the ground. And notice if there's more weight in one foot or the other. If you feel the separate places where the foot gets in contact with the ground, maybe you feel more weight on the heels or in the ball of the foot. Feel if you notice more the sides of the foot or the inner arch. And notice, for example, if your toes touch the ground. Okay, just tell me a few pictures. How is your left foot compared to your right foot, for example? Paulo? From what you already gathered, there's no doing it again. That's the other thing with this kind of work. No second chance. You know, this Zen archery expression, but I got it wrong. What I say ichigo, ichie comes from pottery, right? when you're making the right move, it's done. You know, it's like there's no second chance. The same with your aim. You know, you only have one arrow. There's no second chance. With this, you just have to get whatever came first. What came first for you as you brought your attention to your feet? There's no right or wrong answer. Go ahead. On the right foot, the right foot is more stable, more contact. Okay. Somebody else?
The left foot's more contact and the right foot a little pulled up.
Okay, great. That's a lot more information. I mean, we have a lot of information about what we just did. Anybody? On the inside, okay. So you see, if you ask yourself the question, there's a lot there. Okay? Now, let's do this. Just say, don't do anything. Just say, my head relaxes up towards the sky. Yeah. And see what happens. My head relaxes up towards the sky, and it carries with it the cervical vertebrae and the upper thoracic vertebrae. Okay, don't wait. What do you feel is happening? Check your feet again. Okay,
The weight is more even.
okay,
Then I felt a lot, but the shoulder going down, and then the first kind of looking up,
okay,
and then some more weight down.
okay. Somebody else? Any?
Leg released and the right foot connected.
Okay, and we're just talking nonsense. My head goes up towards the sky, and all this stuff happens. You see? So it's not that we have to do it. I don't have to do anything on your feet. Of course, this is a grounding situation, a grounding sensation we've all experienced, and this is what you get when you lie on the floor. All right. You know, stuff gets rearranged in a more efficient way. All right. But just with a sentence, a lot of things changed. All right. So if you have a technique that guides efficiently enough the power of your intention, it will get done. You're not doing it. It gets done. Okay? But sometimes we get distracted. No, I have to do this stretch here because it's that and that. And then I have to, and then I'll see what happens. No, if you just think it, get the image. For some people, it's the image, a joint opening up. That's going to start happening. So my challenge, our challenge, I think, is to be able to get it in the moment as it is happening. Yes, it happened in this precise moment. And that moment can be half an hour into the session, 2 minutes into the session, or tomorrow. Okay? But just the seed is planted, yeah, and it will bloom in any moment. Okay, but the most important thing for me, I think, the effort is to make the appointment, be on time, and to pay attention. Pay attention, okay? Because after a while, the technique you just do it naturally, you know. But the paying attention is that I'm able to observe the changes in real time, in the moment that they're happening. Okay. Has anybody done this? My head moves up towards the sky. Huh? Yes. Okay. Yeah, but there's another one. My sacrum relaxes down towards the earth. Try that one. You can be sitting or standing. My sacrum relaxes down towards the earth, and it carries with it the lumbar vertebrae and the lower thoracic vertebrae. And see what happens. It's activated?
Yeah. Like down, back,
staying up.
Okay. Any changes in temperature, perception? Okay. You what?
Anxiety.
Yeah, okay. All right. Hmm?
Like, hot.
Hot. It became hot for me too. Suddenly hot. Okay? All right. Let's do it together. My head moves up towards the sky. Oh, my head relaxes up towards the sky, and it carries with it the cervical vertebrae and the upper thoracic vertebrae. My sacrum relaxes down towards the earth. Check your feet along the way, all right? My sacrum relaxes down towards the earth, and it carries with it the lumbar vertebrae and the lower thoracic vertebrae. Do you notice that even the space has changed? The relationship between us has changed. Well, what I normally feel when I do those two together, it's like opening a bottle of champagne. You know, like I feel an expansion that is general and it gets from my feet up to my head, sides, front, back, everything. And it's just a thought, you know, it's a thought. Okay, now this is the state that I need to be in order for my manual techniques to convey the expansion into the work that I'm doing. Okay. If you work on the floor, it's the same. You know, you could do my head moves up towards the sky, my sacrum relaxes back towards the earth, and play around it. To me, it's a really incredible discovery that Pauline did. She had back pain and she seeks some help from a Alexander technique teacher. And then she noticed that when she was doing the alignment, because she was sharing the class with other colleagues, amazing. And Pauline could see that when you do the alignment, your energy field expands, it seals itself. Okay. So she started like, wow, what if we translate this into other areas? You know, so she started using that alignment for many other things, and especially in the work. And it's great. If I go for a walk, I do this. If I drive in my car, I do this. You know, whenever I'm a little bit stressed, you know, I have to remember to expand, not to contract. Okay, so this is the main antidote for pain. I can even invite this expansion to the area where the pain is to open up and see what happens. Okay, great. Any questions?
I just had a little thought that in one teacher that she's in Nigeria,
Mm-hmm.
and she was talking about when sometimes somebody breaks the arm, they're not able to fix it in the hospital,
Yeah.
that they, like the traditional doctor, will break a chicken bone
Mm-hmm.
and then put it back.
Okay.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah, that's a psychomagic act. And we respond to that as well. Yeah.
So it reminds me
Yeah.
of
Yeah, this is playing with our minds. And you know, stuff happens when we use our and put our minds into interesting. Excellent. Good. Now, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to be process, but I want to go back to
Yeah.
back to this.
Well,
Fine.
what
Can you say a little more about
what I meant is that when we're working with our body weight, we need the hara facing the area where we're working at. But with this, I don't need that centering anymore. I pull it back, and actually with this alignment, there has been a realignment in the Earth, in the planet, where the hara is not as effective as it used to be in terms of centering yourself, but the sacrum will be like the new center of alignment for efficient action. So it's you bring the energy further back and down and into the densest structure of the body, which is a bone. Okay. So the sacrum will be like the new center of the new energetic center, and this has been going on for quite a while. What was happening was that for about 4,000 years, or at least 2,000, all the I'm going to move this so everybody can see. I'm going to go on the floor. Can you help me, please? Let's put it on the side there. So if I'm in Seiza, all right, or in a lotus position, lotus is even more. I can't do lotus, but with palms up, in whichever way, like the idea is that we move the energy from below up, and from the first, second chakras into the third chakra, and especially into the fourth chakra. So by meditating like this, what we are, I don't know, mechanically doing, but energetically doing, we're bring the energy from down to up, because that's sort of like the sense of evolution, from survival, which is the first chakra, then impulse, the second chakra, then the third chakra is to making what we need, and sharing and receiving and giving, the third chakra. And the fourth chakra, which is love. Okay. When Buddha was around the world, when the great masters were passing on these technologies, it was a miracle if somebody could move from the level of survival to the level of love. So the technique itself is designed to bring more energy into your heart. This is what we've been doing. And but it so happens that over a few years, probably after 2000, that's not according to me, that's according to other teachers, there's too much energy in the heart, and that creates the anxiety that we are getting used to see all the time. So what we do, which is bring the energy down into the hara, is very calming and so on. But eventually, it will keep speeding up in a way where the anchor needs to be stronger, and that's why it's moving back to the sacrum. Okay, so that's the how I understood the progression. And this is what it works for me. Like if I bring it to the heart, it's sort of like not enough, and it's like there's something else going on that I need to address. One is the fifth chakra. We are in the era of communication. Like everything is one. we're moving towards unification. That's the number. That's the name of this seminar. We are already developing. We are at a level. There's a critical mass on the planet that have developed the fifth chakra and the sixth chakra. You know, we're visual now. Everything. You know, Instagram is the interesting example to look at. You know, like pictures. You know, is not so much information. It's just, yeah, yes, information, but faster information, just a glance. In a glance, you get the information and eventually keep going up. So keep doing the bringing up to the heart. It can create a little bit of imbalance. So we need more grounding than ever. You know, the more we go up, the more grounded we need to be. Does it so explain what you need to know?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. But
Wait, so when I lay down and you say about sacrum now, then I said that I felt the microcosmic orbit.
mhm.
So I wonder if when you work from the table, my microcosmic orbit activated and work with the, you know, like instead of from here, as you were saying, or you have to kind of switch some, and I don't know, just the top, because what I felt here when I following your guidance, it was like not only the elongating the body, but also these things. So then I see you on the table working on her. I wonder if your microcosmic orbit that interacts with her microcosmic orbit.
Yeah, I don't see it in those terms, but everything is interacting with everything. That's the more you expand, the more we are one. Basically, like if you know, can you stand, please? And he's occupying that space, and I'm occupying this space, and this is the distance between us, right? Now, if I become bigger, and he becomes bigger, the distance between us will be less, right? So, and eventually, if we keep expanding and keep growing, there'll be no distance at all between us. So expansion tends to unification. But say we have this shape and you become smaller and I become smaller and smaller and smaller, and you know, like the distance between us will be enormous. See? So contraction separates and expansion unifies. So as you expand, of course, you're going to start getting a larger map in your field of vision or perception. So the microcosmic orbit would be just one aspect of it. Meridians are another aspect of it. Chakras are other aspect of it. Okay. It's information that you can access only if you, I mean, you can access directly only if you are in an expansive mode. This is example clear. Yeah. Any questions about this? Yeah, go ahead.
When might you use contraction on a client to be, speak to that. Contractive.
Yeah. If I have a client that is too anxious, if I have a client that is too in a way, in an incontrollable way of behavior, that's when I need contraction. Okay. If my client is just flying all over the universe, I need contraction. You know, because that client is not having a relationship with the body that is healthy. You know, I've had people that I had to tell them, you need to stop doing your spiritual work for a couple months until you allow, put it together with your body, because your body is you didn't even know what it is anymore. See, yeah, contraction is very useful, and that's why I keep touch. Touch has the right amount of expansion and contraction. You know, in order for you to feel it, it needs to be deep enough that your body registers that. Um, so yeah, it's not all about expansion. I don't want people flying all over the place. We want to be in the body with our ability to expand as much as we want and be in contact with however, whatever is around, but stay in the body and enjoy the body. Have fun with the body, you know, nourish the body. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's nice. Really, the conversation shifted.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was training in New York.
Not strike the person's spine, you strike the power for our strike to generate our spine. Starting
I had the fortune to have an amazing Aikido teacher in New York City. And I could literally see him throwing me to the floor with his heart. It was like the heart was doing the job, you know? So it's not the here. It's like it keeps developing in such a way that you can transcend that kind of grounding. It's a beautiful kind of grounding. It's fine. It's you all experience that all the time. But I think we're moving planetary towards unification, not so much separation. So I in my practice, applying this frame of work, frame of mind and mindset to what I do has made my job a lot easier and a lot more effective. A lot less work for much faster and better results. So, and that's what I want. You know, I'm in my office the whole day. I want, first of all, I want to be in an expansive state. I don't want to be in a contractive state. You know, I have a long life to live. I don't want to lose my joints. I don't want to be in pain. You know, so this is my spiritual practice. You know, I go to work. What's my job? Well, I need to be expanded as much as I can. I lose it, and then I get it back. I lose it, and then I get it back. I lose it, and I get it back. So the paying attention is to notice when you lose it, and then do these kind of exercises to bring yourself back. Now, this is a diagram, a representation of the speed of vibration. Okay, imagine a molecule or moving around in space, you know, and the slower it goes, the wider amplitude it has. All right, and it's something that goes like this, to the point that you could hop on that wave and take it and drop it and take the next one and drop it. You know, it's slow enough for you to sense it, to feel it, and to touch it. Now, if that started to go a little bit faster, then it's difficult, you know, a little bit more difficult to hop on that wave to get a sense of where it is and to touch it and feel it. Okay. And if it speeds up a little bit more and even more, then you lose track where that is. Now, this sort of wavelength, speed of the slower speed of vibration, is the physical realm. Then when it speeds up, you have the emotional, then the mental, and the spiritual. Okay. So, for example, you can feel the, I don't know, a muscle. You can feel the skin, or you can feel the back, or something that you can put your hand on. Okay, you can feel the table. Then, when that energy that is slow enough for me to touch it on an emotional level, we cannot touch it, but we can feel it. You know, if I walk into this room and something terrible happened here, I'm gonna know there's grief or sadness or fear. I'm gonna feel it even if I don't know what it is about. If you're next to somebody that's really angry, you notice the anger, even there's no word or expression. Okay, so I cannot touch it, but I can feel it. Thoughts, which go a lot faster, energetically speaking, they're a lot more difficult to grasp. From, you know, can you read somebody else's mind? I had a client in New York. He was a lawyer, and the wife sent him to have Shiatsu, you know, to fix him. So he was reluctantly coming, you know, just to humor her. He came a couple of times, and shit, he was making him feel better. So he had to keep coming. But he was upset, you know, that he had to do this thing, you know. And one day he arrives and say, "Okay, you that you know and this and that, you know everything about it. I guess you cannot tell, you cannot say what did you have for lunch." I said, "Yeah, I had a bagel." I was playing, you know. I think he was playing, and he goes out. Well, it's New York. I'm a Jew. You know, bagel. And he says, "But I guess you cannot say what I had my bagel with." I said, "Yes, peanut butter and raspberry jam." We did that session. He never came back. Because if you are in that I don't care mode, you know, information is available, you know, and guessing many times is the way intuition has to let you know what's going on, you know, just guess. So with my clients, I guess. I don't want to be sure it is triple heater. Let me check. No, and I measure this, measure that, I look at that. If I got a whiff of triple heater, it's triple heater. I don't have to think about it anymore. I have to have the guts to go with it. That's the only thing. You know, I wouldn't be ashamed if the correct answer to my client's lunch was not a bagel with peanut butter, and who cares? But besides it, you need that who cares attitude in order to be able to get in contact with all the information that is available for you. And as that information arrives to you, you can also, with your mindset, put whatever information you want in whatever you're doing. You know, if it's with working with a client, you can say, okay, now, I don't know, relax the hips. And they relax the hips. I have to spend half an hour pulling and pushing and trying this point and that point, you know, they relax the hips. And then they contract again. And then again, relax the hips. So it's that, in that sense, is that we cannot afford to not pick up right on the spot what's going on. Because if you do, then you just have to close your eyes and relax because everything else is going to be organized in such a way that you will know what to do. You don't have to prepare. I don't prepare. I didn't prepare this class. I'm sorry. I don't prepare, because it's if you prepare, then you're determining what's going to happen. Yes, you hone your skills. Yes, you work on yourself. Yes, you learn. Yes, you're ready. But once you're ready, you have to stop. It has to come to you what you need to do, and it has to flow out from you what action needs to be done. Now, we're aiming at the hara diagnosis because in any tsubo or in the hara, you have access to all this information from the physical to the spiritual. Okay. But if I focus on the physical, I may miss all the other ones. If I focus on the emotional, I'm probably not going to miss the physical, but I'm going to might miss the mental and the spiritual. This was probably a fashion many years ago that if your client wasn't crying, then the session was not a success. Because it was all about emotions and like cathartic and letting go and all that stuff, But if you aim here, the good thing is that everything else is included. But if you aim here, not necessarily everything else will be in your map. Okay. So that's why we need to be in an expanded state as much as possible. Expanded but grounded. I'm going to go into that now. Expanded doesn't mean flying off. Expanded means grounded. If I focus on the spiritual vibrations that come up from a tsubo or from the hara or from the tissue or from any expression of life, okay, I know that I have everything else included in that. And what I was going to say. Anyway. Now, yeah, okay, because expansion, this is less expanded, this is more expanded. Is that easy for you to understand? Yeah? This is more expanded. Expansion unifies. That's why it includes everything else. But contraction separates. That's why it might not include everything else. That's the reason why. Okay? Good. All right. How are you doing so far? Any questions? Yeah.
You don't think that treating the physical will affect the spiritual?
Yes, it does. But that is the difference between the Shiatsu or traditional Asian bodywork arts than massage. Everybody knows that if you do a massage, then the person will feel different, will feel more relaxed, or maybe, clear their mind, or that has other effects. But there's not a theory that explains that. We have a theory that explains why when you touch this part of the body in this particular way, you have the other effect. So we are always addressing the physical body. The client has a right. I am touching them. Okay. So You don't need to worry about that. You're doing it anyway. There's not much attention, not much further attention to that. You have your technique and so on, but it's being done. But we might miss this stuff, you know. So if we remind ourselves that we have to get the whole range in the touch, that's when it's easier to get the whole picture. Does it
Yeah.
explain?
I agree with you.
Yeah, from the physical, you affect everything. But if you don't have it in your mindset, you don't really know what's happening. You don't pick up the reaction. You see, if your session is physical and your techniques are very physical, of course, there are going to be all sorts of results and at many levels, but they might not be necessarily in your map. And if they are, they might not be necessarily in your map as at the time that they're happening. They can tell you the day after, oh, this happened. What I try to do is like, I want to have that picture of what's going to happen in the moment that something's happening. Does that make sense? Yeah, Daniel?
I totally understand the practice that you've got on there. Am I correct in saying that the vibration, spiritual, how you put vibration in the head?
This is more dense.
More there. So that if you want to be saying,
And this is less dense.
so we would flip it around in terms of that graphic.
Yeah.
So that graphic, it's contraction. And it flips that.
No. No, this is a representation of the speed of vibration. Okay. When the because they're more together here doesn't mean it's a contraction. This space here represents the amplitude of how the wave behaves in a slower speed of vibration. Okay. Actually, this feels more expansive than this. Okay. In that sense, you know, when you're addressing the physical body or physically and something physically, this is your range of access to the energy of the person. Okay. But if your technique includes all this other stuff, you have in this and everything else. Okay. All right. So let's go into the HARA diagnosis. Are you all familiar with the HARA diagnosis? Can you help me put the table back? There we go. Thank you. Let's have another person as a. So there are many ways of doing the HARA diagnosis. I'm sure amongst you will have different styles, different ways of addressing it, maybe different maps. Do all of you use the Matsunaga map? Yeah, no, more or less. Okay, I use the Matsunaga map. And if you want to come closer. That's my HARA diagnosis. Large intestine. That's it. We can go home. How did I get to this? Okay. First of all, we can do a heart diagnosis that is deeper in a physical way. Okay. And I will get the energetic, I can even use other parts of my hand. I can go, some people go very deep, okay, and the different layers and so on. And when you do that, touching the body, you get the information of the energy and the information of the local physical area. Okay? Now, the local physical area to me is a distraction. Do we have another of those tablecloths? Or do we have a? Yeah. Is it a white sheet? Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. So the story that the body is telling me, I know that it's only part of the picture. Is this part? In Shiatsu, what we're into is finding out what's the rest. So if this hip is a little bit higher, or if there's a little something here, physically speaking, you know, like you're looking at the mountain range, I don't care. All that department out of the window. Okay. Now, then I'm focusing on trying to do an even touch in every area. Okay. So equal pressure, perpendicular penetration, relaxed touch. So you can really compare. You know, if I go deeper in one place and less deep in another place, it's difficult to compare. So if you do all that I just did, then I have a better chance of getting the rest of the picture. Okay, but still, you know, I may have I don't know, things that call my attention, like tension in the lower heart. You know. Okay. What would that be helpful for? To check at the end of the session if that tension is gone, for example. Okay. But the way I'm doing it is instead of touching each area, it's like I'm flying over the neighborhood or the city, and I see, oh, that neighborhood looks interesting. You know, like, and then I get like a hit on my hand. It's like, yes, here, you know, Brooklyn. So, and when I get that, to me, that's enough. Well, I don't know which house, I don't know which number, street, I don't know, but you know, it's that neighborhood. That's all I need in order to start. Then we're gonna get not only the house, the number of the door, how many floors, how many people live there, but we're gonna have the story of that. What is happening in the house? Okay. The rest is just additional information that doesn't really add to me. So why do I do this? Because when I started to work in hospitals, that's when it was helpful to be able to work on a table. In a hospital, you have the table and you have more space both sides. So, you know, and you can't just shift people around as you want it. They're in a certain state. You have to leave them because they have tubes all over the place. And I used to work in the cardiothoracic department. So the chest had been open, you know, they're tied with a wire. So the sole idea that you do this, you know, they go in panic. So I trained myself with the help of Pauline to do the heart diagnosis without them noticing that I'm doing the heart diagnosis. You know, we can have a conversation. How you doing today? Everything okay? I got my diagnosis. You know, the sole idea of touching the hara, which is sorry for, which is, you know, which is the opposite. You know, like let's go to the hara. There's a party there. You know, I train myself to not touch the hara and get the picture from wherever else I could. So eventually, I don't even. I mean, I might close with something like this or something like this. You know, if I'm aligning different things, but I don't really touch the hara anymore, and I don't miss it. But it was great to receive it today. But so it needs to be fast. It needs to be very concentrated attention, and at the same time, you know, expand in such an expansive mode that I can have a conversation with somebody whilst I'm doing it. Okay. No, I picked up with her large intestine. All right. Good. I might ask her, you know, anything going on with the large intestine?
I have dryness here. I know that that's a large intestine thing, and yeah, maybe some like constipation sometimes.
Okay. All right. Now,
I definitely noticed it earlier.
This is always really hard, especially on this side of the lower, like painful.
okay. All right. Now, all that I forget about. With all my love and attention to you, I forget about it because, you know, like that's the reason why I don't go into the hara, because I'm trying to do something else. You know, if you do ampuku, and I'm sure it works too, but it's a different technique. Now, I have large intestine. All right. What does large intestine mean? I mean, what she said is inconclusive. It's not like I have Crohn's disease. It's not that I have, I don't know, chronic diarrhea or I don't know, something that, I mean, it could be something on the moment, can be long term. I don't care. It's the same. I just take large intestine and then I move on to the next step, which is more here in the physical, more on the emotional, mental, or the spiritual. So, at what level is it? No. Okay. I had to find out, you know, first of all, what is the function of the large intestine that is coming up? Because large intestine doesn't say anything. But if I go into elimination and look at her field, when I say each of the functions, look at her field. Elimination, letting go. I already know. I have a lot of information just by letting go. It's like, huh. What else? What are the functions of the large intestine? Boundaries. Hmm? Yeah, yeah. Some emotion comes with it. Yeah, might be in the picture, but it usually comes together with not letting go too much, elimination, non-elimination. So let's say, which one would you vote for? Letting go. It's like, see, I don't need to touch her. And what is poop? Poop means when I think letting go, she expands. And what I'm looking for, that she expands, because whatever is now large intestine, at the end, I want it to be nothing in particular, because it's all one. All right? Does it make sense? Large intestine is just a part. I want the whole picture. So in the whole picture, you can't point at is this or that. It's the whole picture. Now we are in a situation where large intestine and letting go are on the screen. So I have letting go, right? Could be any other function of any other meridian. Okay. This is too much letting go, and this is too little letting go. Where do we need her? In the middle. Okay? So if it's diarrhea or constipation, it's the same. Yes, they have different qualities and so on and so on, but it's still an issue about letting go. Too much letting go, I'm sitting in the toilet all day, or not enough letting go. But that is about quantity. Too much, too little. But it still applies to quality. What is the quality of her letting go? Again, because I don't care about the quantity, of course, it's going to be, she's having diarrhea, and next time she comes, she doesn't have diarrhea anymore. And we altered the relationship in the quantity. That's a good thing. She's going to be happier. But again, is the quality in that letting go. How does she do or not do her letting go? And that information only comes from doing the session, So I'll do the stomach, I'll do the whole body. So I do the legs, the stomach in the legs, and I just start finding the large intestine on the chest, the extension of Masunaga meridians, and then I go into the arm and I have large intestine. But then she turns over, I don't have large intestine on the back, so I do bladder. But then when I get to the legs, I have large intestine extension again. So I hop on and off, but my intention is always wherever I am, even if it's stomach, I'm asking, so what's going on with the letting go? Not verbally to her, not audibly. And so letting go. And then comes the grief. As soon as I ask a question and I start working and say, what's going on with it, letting go? Grief. Tears in my eyes. Okay. Then now I can ask a question a little bit more precise. We haven't talked about letting go until now because it doesn't have any sense. But if I ask about, is there anyone or anything that you had to let go, or how you doing about blah, blah, blah? Or maybe I have a little bit of the story when she arrived, my mother died, or my pet died, or I don't know. I moved homes and I love my neighborhood, whatever, okay? But the sadness and whoever said the emotion, grief, yeah. Now grief comes into the picture, but it's not my main information. The main information is letting go, and then there's grief attached to it. Okay. Did anybody feel it? The grief. You don't have to. And then it's like, I don't do this very visible. Only with my more with my older clients, not because they're old, but because they've been coming for a while.
Yeah.
I might start burping. Curanderos burp and yawn. Okay, I yawn and I try not to burp, but I feel like burping sometimes. So,
David, can I ask you a question?
yeah.
So when you did the diagnosis, what was your mindset? Were you just, what do you want to tell me today? What's wrong?
Yeah.
Right. What is your mindset
Great. My question is, what?
in your mind?
Yeah. I don't even remember it now because it goes directly into my gesture. The gesture has the question.
Right. But
Okay.
what-
Yeah. It's what do we need to work with you today?
Okay.
Yeah. And it might be something that is not a meridian, so I'm open to anything. Usually it's meridian because that's how I set it up. Okay. So if I stop the session here, there's a lot that's already done because she is becoming aware of this letting go or not letting go and grief. And that in itself, that's why if I go into, I do a lot of programs in institutions, hospitals, intensive care units, neonatal units. I work with mothers for breastfeeding. I worked in the ICU during COVID, treating doctors. It's a 10-minute session, sitting on the trash bin. You know, it's quick. It doesn't have to be like a whole thing. You know, with the clients that come to the office and you know I have the luxury to have a table and comfortable and they're comfortable. It's beautiful, but it doesn't need to be like that. In this, to me, the diagnosis is what really gets everything going, and that maybe we don't ever see her again. And she's going to be working on it already. Because I might ask her something verbally, or I might say something verbally, so she keeps renewing that expansion around the letting go and grief. Can you tell us anything about how much sense or not does this have?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And it's funny because when you were working here,
Sit up.
I did feel like I could have cried.
That is where I got the information that tears were coming into my eyes. And that's when I said, okay, this is grief. This is sadness. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt energy in my eyes. Like I could.
Exactly. Okay. Wait, it's very important this is not empaths. We're not like, oh, one. Like in the sense that I am separated from her. I'm getting that information. I'm not going home with her grief. Okay. I can really get the picture. I get the information, but I don't, you know, it still hurts and it stays with her. Go ahead. Sorry.
More? I
Yeah.
don't have much to say. I mean, I don't know.
If there's anything else that you want to say.
Did you all see like expansion when you said letting go? Because I don't know what you all saw, so I'm curious what happened.
Well, we compared. So we can do it with you like that, completely awake. And just check how you feel when I say elimination. And compare it with when I say letting go. How would you describe the difference?
It's so hard to put words to.
But
The subtlety of
which is bigger? Which one is bigger?
the letting go.
Yeah. What am I looking for? This. Maybe when I say letting go, she reacts, but it's like a one part or a little bit, or maybe this. But when I put it against the information of letting go, it's bigger. So I choose the more expansive always. All right? Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to understand a little better how you did the very quick
Yeah.
diagnosis and you got large intestine.
Hmm.
Can you expand on the explanation of how you saw large intestine so quickly?
Everybody saw it. I mean, and you probably, if you didn't see it, if you felt something different, or you know, you might have missed it. I could have missed it too. I mean, this is something that is very subtle, you know, and sometimes I may have a resonance with her and I pick it up immediately before anything, you know, when I look at her, or sometimes it's a realm or a range of vibrations where I don't have much relationship to, and then, you know, it might take me a little bit longer to pick it up because it's like something I can't understand, you know. But it will come to you if you allow it to come to you. Okay. It's, we're going to do it now. So I'll supervise you when you're doing it. And I'll try to supervise everybody as you do your HARA diagnosis on a partner. Okay. Now, remember, there's going to be fast. Okay. So we're going to do two groups. In one group, we're going to have receivers and have givers, and the other part of the group is going to observe. All right. Good.
So are you looking at the, when you're doing, I think one of the questions might be, are you aware of the map? Are you looking at the map, literally the diagnostic map on the person? Do you have it in your mindset? Or
Yeah,
his eye?
I have it superimposed on,
them?
I have the image superimposed on the HARA. Is that what you were asking?
And then what happens for you?
Then something lights up.
Sense it, yeah.
Something lights up, something I feel like I relax.
So you-
Not,
your system.
it's not unusual for me to go like, you know, when I let go, you know, like I also have clicking of the ears. I have a colleague in Holland that when she hits the right subo, her guts go like, so when she's working, you know, wow, and then it stops. She goes back.
Pauline said sometimes it would hit her hand, right?
Yeah. That's what happens. You know, it lights up. It hits the hand because there is an expansion that coming from the body out, and that you feel like a wave, like a whiff or something that comes from the body up. It might be, yeah. Sometimes it feels literally like something touching your hand, but basically, because I switched years ago, the way I perceive energy. Before I used to feel it, but then, you know, I work with a lot of very sick people, and then I said, oh man, I don't want to feel this stuff all day, you know, like, so I chose to see it instead of feeling it. Like, in that way, I don't get hit. My body doesn't get the hit. So I see it, but it doesn't have to come through my body. Because I'm a very vibrational, you know, I get, I feel stuff. But with my clients, I want to see, you know, just show it to me. I ask the universe, let me know in a different way that I can go home and don't be like, oh, much stuff. You know, it's, so seeing, you see there, not here. You know, it's to me, it's faster, more efficient, and less involved. You know, I can keep my cool a lot longer if I'm not feeling what she feels. Now, in your case, I got like that sensation of tears in my eyes, and as soon as I had it, I dropped it. You know, it's like and that's it. I'm not gonna feel the grief all during the session. Just I picked it up. That's it. You know, so we all get intuitive information through different means. Some people are more auditive, and you will hear large intestine, buddy, large intestine, or somebody would know large intestine. That's it. I don't know why I know, but it's just large intestine. You know, in my case, I'm seeing it. It's like because I see something that is transparent, is moving like this. I see like a wave. You know when it's hot on the highway and you look close to the floor and it's like a movement, but it's transparent? That's what I see. But that transparency can move like this or move like this. You know, or it can move that way, touch here and something moves there. It's like, or it moves forward, but it doesn't move underneath, stuff like that. It's all information. Yeah.
Did you feel expansion in your own body?
I'm expanded before I start. Yeah. And the way I do it is I'm always trying to be aligned. My head moves up towards the sky, the sacrum relaxes down. So when I'm doing it, I'm already expanded. And that way I'm inviting you to be expanded. Okay? Yeah.
So what you're saying is you're inviting us to expand our diagnostic model to find this works for you. It could work for some of us. But we can find our own. You're giving us a mechanism to find a technique. Essentially, is that based on starting with this Masunaga,
Yeah.
which you've all inherited,
Yeah.
and you've now adapted it and found your way in this.
Yeah.
Just thinking about your question, because not all of us are going to
Use the math.
find the haze on the highway.
Wait.
But there might be another way to arrive at the same conclusion.
Yeah. But of course, but there's an important thing here. What I'm doing here is not crazy stuff.
No.
I mean, our teacher used to do it.
Yeah.
I picked it up from her and said, and even before, Carola Beresford Cook?
Yeah.
She was my teacher. And in a room like this, we're practicing, it was packed. And I was in that corner and she was in this corner and we were practicing working on the back. And I saw her, looking and crossing throughout the whole room, arrived to the guy that was working with me, got his thumb, and she did like this. And I went like boom on the floor. Because she knew exactly the pressure was not correct, the angle was not correct, there's something. So she came over and did it, left, and it was done. See, it's like anybody can do that, of course, with experience. But if you have the example that it can be done, is a lot easier than if you have to break all the barriers on your own, So yes, there are many other ways. Yep.
So I just wanted to share with people, because I remember in the old days doing Pauline's class, so we did do on the body our diagnosis.
Yeah.
And she'd be standing there and she'd be like, no, keep it low. And it was just so easy. And this seems so crazy to everybody. It's just cultivating that. Relax back into it. Don't look, if you look for it, you contract.
Yeah.
So what Diego says about being expansive, it opens you up, but and some days you'll see it and it's like that, and other days, maybe not, but just practice it. And if you want to do it,
You have to be ready not to care.
Yeah.
If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. And thank God we have Shiatsu, you have your kata. Eventually, somewhere down the line might come up, But if you do the hard diagnosis once and twice, just forget about it and keep working, Stomach and bladder, they never let you on foot, I don't know if that expression, non ti lasciano a piedi.
They don't let you down.
They don't let you down, yeah.
Would it be helpful or possible to do another example so I could see?
Yeah.
People enjoy that, to see another example.
Let's have one more example and then we're gonna do this group thing because what? Oh yeah, this is scary, of course. Yeah. Listen, I usually use sheet if I can, if it's not hot, but I don't, I try not to have people in shorts or, too much skin exposed. And when I work on the neck and the head, I use the tenugi, because it helps me to keep the boundaries, energetic boundaries, right? Okay, so, who wants to try? Anybody? It doesn't need to be my hand. Yeah, no, this is, you work on the floor, right? Yeah. And the table is high for me. So, you know, you need to find a position where you're absolutely comfortable and that your hand goes out. If it goes like this, already doesn't go. I'll do it. Oh, Nigel gave us the information. Okay. Even if you get a hit, you have to do the whole map. Okay, because you may get a stronger hit somewhere else. Okay. Now, as soon as I came down and I did the kidney, it was a clear hit, and then I did bladder, and it was less. And then I continued. I did large intestine, small intestine. You know, you need to complete the reading before you decide that that's the particular one. Okay, now it's kidney. Do you remember from here? Can be confusing sometimes because, you know, this is how, you know, I do that little U around the navel, which is different than spleen. Look, spleen, look at him and his field, spleen, kidney.
Oh, it's over. I missed it.
Yeah.
No,
When that happens, you go like, wait a minute, I'll play it again. And you play it in your memory. You play it in your memory. Play it again in your memory.
Okay.
Whatever you saw,
you're right, next one.
whatever you saw, and you say kidney, and you say spleen. Yeah, let's hammer it here. Put the flag, you know, it's here. Okay? So kidney. What about kidney? Is kidney something we can work on? Is kidney an information we can work on? No. We can work with the function because kidney is not moving, but the function is where the action is, right? What is the action? What's the function of the kidney? Nourishing kidney, that's more stomach spleen for me. Yin. What's yin? What yin? Fluids. Yeah. Fluid. It's water. Okay. Impetus and purification. Those are the two keywords I use for kidney and bladder. Basta. Impetus and purification. Okay? So go with me on this one. Huh? Forget the yin. So look at him and, as I say, impetus. Purification. Which one is bigger? Both react, but which one is bigger? Yes, you saw it in two different places. Yeah. Did somebody else saw it in two different places? What did you see?
Purification of the mind is mine. I saw it more on his head.
Okay. Yeah. And impetus?
Lower down.
Okay. Which one was bigger?
Purification.
Okay. Altri? Sí, sí, yeah.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
So I keep forgetting destiny and heart. I don't know why, but you say to don't care.
Wait. You need to stand up. You two. Okay. We're gonna do it again. Okay. Because when like this, you know, that's not a very expensive way. You know, you need to align your spine because Yeah, of course. It's not just I play with the words and see which one. No, you need to be. The question I'm asking is part of the deal. The other part is where from I'm asking the question. Where am I asking this question from? You know, if I'm like I don't know, answering my phone while I ask you the question, it's not the same. Okay, I need to be in a special state, and you were cramped up there, right? There, yeah. So this is not necessarily, yeah. Okay, just behave like as if you were at a bar. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I bet in the bar you're more relaxed than in the. I don't know where you do this. You know. Okay.
We'll try different.
Oh no! If that what you thought, you're probably more relaxed in the toilet than in the bar. But this look like you know you're trying to stand firm. No, don't stand firm. We need to be vulnerable when we ask. We need to be as unstable as anything or anybody else. If I am like, what is the meridian that I need to work with today, master? You know, it doesn't work. I need to be ready to be thrown off my feet, just like my client.
Under eye or like the whole eye? Yeah, they're
Okay.
for under.
So in my technique, I try to be stable through relaxation, not through fixing a position.
Not working right now because she lost her place in daycare.
Okay.
Yes.
I could be in one foot, and sometimes I am when I'm tired. You know? But, you know. So it is all important how you are when you ask. Okay, so we're going to do it again. And you're going to ask. Look at him. Yes, you're going to ask first purification and then impetus.
Additionally, I'm not sure if it's different as of right now.
Okay, it's making you more relaxed here.
No.
Hi. How are you?
Play. Beginner's mind. You know, you have to play like a child. It's a game. It doesn't really, you know, change the world. So say so loud, so because they're checking you.
Purification or impetus.
Now, what do you observe now? For me, it's impetus from here to China. You know, like it's like a big impetus. Why? It's not full. It's like flat, but all around. If you say purification, observe purification.
Purification.
It's somewhere yes and somewhere not. It's not full. When I say impetus, it's not full because there's all this missing and all this missing. But he does it all like this. And it's bigger than when you say purification, which is a little bit there and a little bit there, you know. So I'm not driving you crazy and you're not seeing anything and I'm like pretending. It's okay. You have to, you know, admit where you are, and that's the first step. Did you pick up anything?
I mean, who knows? When I say impetus,
you know.
Okay. When I saw impetus, I saw a wave like here.
Okay. Okay.
And purification, I saw horizontal. So it was like more.
Yeah.
There.
Okay. However picture you get, if it's just one area and not everything, you choose where is bigger. I have two really experienced practitioners there looking, and I like to get their confirmation or refutal of this diagnosis.
Well, I have to say, when you first said it, I saw heart come up.
Okay.
And I saw fire also.
Okay.
But then I thought about it, because when you, I'll trust, because I don't not see what you saw also.
Yeah.
And then I think, well, maybe it's the meridian in its chest from this angle.
Listen,
It's still in kidney.
it's always one thing. As you were saying, it's one meridian. You know, it's one thing. At the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We're trying to move into the one. Okay, so if I get this and you get that, it's fine as long as we get to the bigger picture of an expansion that's better or larger or has a better quality than you had at the beginning. Okay, so it's not set in stone. You know, if you have money problems, who are you going to call? Your friend that's really good with women, you know? No, you're going to call your friend that's really good with money. You know, it's like and if you have a problem with, I don't know, the digestive system, you're going to call your friend that reads the Medline. It's like, you know, the person that had that problem, I know somebody that has a problem. So she's going, or he's going to tell me something that he trusts that I can deal with. And he's going to tell you something that he trusts you to deal with. And at the end of the day, it's going to be the same. Okay? That doesn't mean that it's bugger all. You know, it's like you have to follow your way. But it doesn't mean heart diagnosis is one of those areas where, you know, I used to assist Pauline when she was working with clients. The client would come in, you know, I set the room, the client comes in, they lie down. As they lie down, I do my heart diagnosis, I step out, and then Pauline comes in, she does the heart diagnosis, start working, okay? Many times, it's not like, oh, it was this, it was, yeah, it was, no. It would be different meridian, but the same spot, the same subject, the same theme, you know? It could be something related to protection through the triple heater, or something related to protection through the heart or the small intestine. But it was the same theme, the same flavor, okay? So don't worry about, I got this or that. Yeah.
This reminds me of two things. One that, you know, when we've all had this happen when we're sort of messing around with horror and suddenly you're just feeling lost at sea. Like, I don't know where I am, what's going on.
Great.
We're pressing it too much. Whereas I think, you know, from what you're saying, it makes me think the term that comes to my mind is happy abundance. Is that there's this, you know, there's this abundance of information, just like more than, you know, plenty, but that we can engage with it in a happy way, in a way that sort of makes us expand, and we can just go there, and it's not as overwhelming as it might seem if you kind of approach it in this kind of positive way that you're describing.
Happy abundance, happy drinking, happy whatever. If it's happy, is more expansive than serious. If I'm serious, you know, it's another attitude. It's another attitude. You know, happy is expansive attitude. I'm having fun. You know, I really enjoy every session I do. It's like a blessing. I feel like Messi when I'm working, because it's like I'm playing, you know. But if I lose that playful quality, then I wouldn't get it. Okay, so the moment you get serious, it doesn't work. This is not serious business. All right? Nigel, do you have any feedback? Is it table comfortable?
But it feels good.
All right, we're getting to the time of a break. Yeah?
That's it.
We might have to cut here. Oh, you're getting a session on Monday. Okay, when we come back, if you want to sort out, I mean, there's a lot to do. What kind of break do you need? Because I have something, I have an idea for a break.
The break is at 4:30.
Oh, 4:30. Oh, then, okay, good. Then we get together in pairs. One group observes.
We're gonna have the chive, with the break, just so you know.
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
think it's scheduled.
okay.
It's across the cafeteria.
The chime.
Do you now? I can ask them, but they
No.
can wait.
No. We got 4:30. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Unless somebody needs to work on a table. Somebody wants to work on the table? Okay. Let's put it here.
Sorry.
Okay,
I didn't mean to steal it from
Okay,
you.
good.
Right here?
Yes, fine, thank you. All right, get in pairs. Half of the room is gonna observe, half gets in pairs. You guys pair up. One line down.
Duality.
Go. Let's do it. Yeah, but wait. You guys are going to be observing what these guys are doing. And then we switch, okay? Can you, one person lies down and the other is a practitioner and you're going to do a hard diagnosis.
Because then Joan can use the table. You said her bees for here. Where do you want the table?
Okay, go. One lies down. Go for it.
It's okay here?
Yeah. Let's get one more pair of
Each pair,
wait. We're gonna stay here. We have enough couples now. Okay. All right. I would suggest that you do the length of the legs first. Check the length of the legs.
Why you emphasize the leg length first is the first? Why is it important?
Because there's one side that is more keel.
sorry.
Why do you start? Because of the keel aspect?
Yeah. Ready? So you start on the side of the leg is longer. You're gonna read your hara. Okay. And do your hara however you want to do it. Your way. You can practice, yeah. You can practice droning over or flying over the different areas. Okay. Ori, please have a look. Can you continue?
Oh,
The rest keep working. Okay. Does that look like a neutral contact? Neutral contact?
No.
No. You're changing stuff. If you're changing stuff, you're not diagnosis. Before you start to getting things to change, you need to find a place where, with the least interference possible, you're going to try to find out what's going on. And then you're going to treat. It looked like treatment. How did it feel to you, Serena? Did you feel this?
My change.
Okay, all right.
I was thinking about, because you said no matter what, do the scanning of the.
Yeah, okay, all
So
right.
that was what
Okay.
I was thinking about.
Yeah, now this is
Scanners
a very important thing.
So
The scanning has to be neutral. She doesn't have to know that you do it. So we're not changing anything here. Okay?
so you scanned all.
So if you do this,
Okay.
you're already meddling
Mm.
with what's there.
Okay.
Okay? So you do it lighter. Okay, do you really want to learn the technique?
Yeah.
Okay, now, can you come here? So, no. The guys are working. I want you to do this. You want to go over the area in such a way that you intentionally try to stay away from changing anything. This is observing mode. This is no treatment mode. Whoa. Can you come here so they can see that what Ori was doing was too intense, too much intention, and it was like doing a massage from above, but it was already changing. You know, Serena's breathing changed. You know, she felt stuff happening. That's not what we want to do. We want to be as neutral as possible. So, you know, you're not changing the picture yet, okay? Because you still have some information to process, okay? So the way to do it would be that you extend your fingers like this, okay? And put the thumb more or less at the height without making it contracted. And go like this, but not with the fingers pointing down. The fingers need to point forward. A little bit more open the hand. Yeah, there you go. You can do it over your other hand. That's it. Okay, as relaxed as possible. Okay, that's already changing because you're tightening the shoulder. You're doing like a dancing, which you know how to do well. So it's just this, from the elbow. That's a lot better. Okay, okay. And what do you get?
Drawn to liver.
Liver, okay. You will watch as you go through the functions of the liver, which are?
Distribution.
Okay.
Storage.
Storage,
Cleansing.
detoxification, yeah, and planning. Okay.
Decision.
Vision.
So planning, storage, detox. Yeah. So look at her and you say, and we all going to observe that. You say planning,
Planning.
storage.
Storage.
You compare between those two. Which one? Huh?
I think planning.
Okay. Okay. When you have one that you think reacted, you compare it with one other. You don't compare it three at a time. So you say, okay, I think it's storage, and you did planning. You know, what's the difference between planning and storage? Okay. And then, or if you have storage, what's the difference between planning, storage and detox? Okay. Now, what did you see? Okay, we're gonna compare planning. Okay, just check. Planning,
Planning.
detoxification.
Detoxification.
Okay. And just, we're gonna throw in the other one, what's the storage?
Storage.
Okay. All right. Are you happy with planning? Good. Good. Well done. Excellent. Does planning has any meaning to you? Serena?
Yes. I feel my body when it's playing. I think if you see me.
Yeah. Beyond that, planning in your life. What's the issue with planning in your life? Okay. Let's come over here. Oh, we know this too.
Different answers this time.
Yeah, it's very possible. Okay. The other thing I don't do is preparation. So all that stuff, skip it. Just for the sake of the exercise of, what if I just go in? Okay? Small intestine. Okay. Good. The functions of the small intestine. This is an interesting one. Huh? Choice. That's choice. Okay. Also discernment, but at the end of the day, it's choice. Okay. Assimilation. Choice, assimilation, integration. Is choice?
Assimilation.
It's a big one. Yeah, last night, all the men of the Shiatsu community got together for 10 minutes at the bar, at the tea.
The tea bar.
I said, wow, this is really weird. I don't see guys around. He was really funny. Said, don't go. And we were talking about trends. Trends that come up over time. You start seeing a lot of one particular diagnosis over a period of time. Something happens, or whatever, and you start seeing more of this and more of that. And small intestine is one of those trends. Small intestine is big lately. I'm seeing small intestine all over the place. In Uruguay, in Europe, here. It comes up a lot. It's interesting.
I think people are trying to make sense of things.
Yeah. Assimilating and integration. Yeah. The other interesting association of small intestine is the spinal fluid. Do you use that? Spinal fluid, the water that is around the brain and the spinal cord.
Why is that associated?
Just because Pauline said. And I started to pay attention. Well, small intestine is a protector, is a pair of the heart, and is the innermost layer of protection of the heart. Outside of that, you have a triple heater. Outside of that, you have lung. Like the many layers of protection of the heart. But small intestine is the most intimate one. Okay. So, and why am I saying this? Oh, okay. So, it's like and if you think of the spinal fluid, it's protecting a vital, and it's like a little layer of water, like nothing, but it has a very important function. So I discovered this through cases of hydrocephalus, hydrocephalus, okay. And through a baby, they called me. They wanted me to see her before she was operated, and I didn't make it on time. She was already in the operating room when I arrived. And so I checked at her. I check her at a distance. I'm in the hospital, but I cannot see her. But I check. I do the heart diagnosis from another room, and small intestine comes in. And then I will see, is it a physical, emotional, mental, or spiritual level? Okay, everything that comes up from the heart diagnosis, you have to see the function. The function is an action, and the action needs to be put through this. Is it at a physical level, or an emotional level, and a mental level, or a spiritual level? We'll talk about that later. But in this case, the function was assimilation. Okay, and I was trying to put it together, and it wasn't really fitting. It was fitting in more than one place, and it was weird. And then it was a simulation, and then I get I see like the family around. Assimilation. I said, well, assimilation to the family. And they said, oh, to which family? Boing. What's the question that comes up for you when there's a doubt about assimilation to a family?
They don't know if that's their baby.
Hmm?
They don't know if that's their baby, or they cannot accept the circumstance of the baby.
Well, it's like suspicious paternity, because the mother knows if it's her baby or not. So I take the mother to the side because the whole family is there. Like, listen, is there a chance you may have a doubt about who the father is of this baby? And she's like, yeah, indeed, she didn't know. And who was trying to solve the problem? The baby. Okay. And as I've seen other cases of hydrocephaly with that kind of flavor, where should where can I assimilate to, or shall I assimilate to? Am I part of this clan or not? Okay. So indeed, well, she did the fine work of calling the other possible father, and eventually, the guy came. They all met. They had a conversation, DNA test, and indeed, it was not the father that was playing the father, and it was the other person that was the father. But once they had the conversation, which was immediately by phone, like when they got what it was about, the symptom cleared. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Didn't get operated.
She, what they did was they put a cannula there to it's a drainage. A what? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. No, something that it makes it drip out, so it doesn't keep growing.
It doesn't always work, so.
I know. I mean, you can go on for years with that. Okay. So, interesting case of choice. And assimilation. What was it? Choice? Assimilation?
Or choice.
Yeah. Another interesting one is choice, to choose and to be chosen. To be chosen. Who's the favorite one? Who's the favorite one? You know, to be chosen or not to be chosen, you know? Big one, that's big. This is like, the brown is the new black. Well, small intestine is big. I don't know why. But anyway, to choose and to be chosen. Everything that we do has that other side, you know?
Do you actually say those words out loud when you're just alone?
No, 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 no.
So do
I
you,
want to stay, I want to stay out,
You're just-
out of jail.
but you just say it, that you put the intention.
Listen, I developed all this stuff working in Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, very conservative, religious. I couldn't hang around with a gi or
Right.
or a shirt, trousers, belt, shoes. It doesn't take anything out of me if I conform to whatever the atmosphere is about. Like I don't care because I have that shape, temporary shape. They leave me alone. I had no supervision in the whole hospital. Nobody could say what I was doing, if I was doing it right or wrong or whatever. They only knew that people get better. So don't bother this guy, If sometimes I did the shiatsu during the operations. When the doctor said we have a difficult situation here, can you come in? Yeah, sure. It's not that they expect that I'm going to fix the story, but they said, it's not going to hurt, and it might help, and it's amazing. But because I don't look like a weird hippie or something, do I?
How did you get into?
I don't need to. Only sound like, yeah. That's why I'm replying to Ori's question. I don't say it out loud.
So you kind of say it to yourself and put the intention and see the reaction.
Yeah, exactly. And I can do that. I'm coming. I can do that while I'm having a conversation with him, or while the priest is finishing his stuff in the room, or whether there's something else going on. I mean, I mean, there's a lot happening in a hospital room. It's like no peace. It's like everything is. So if you wait for the right conditions, you never do it. I entered because I went to meet Dr. Oz, the famous Dr. Oz, that is a surgeon in that hospital, and he was experimenting with alternative ways of keeping his post-operative patients out of trouble with depression. They couldn't give him drugs for post-operative depression, and post-operative depression increased 50% the chance of dying within the next 5 years. So they wanted to do something, and they started to try homeopathy, yoga, meditation, Reiki, and I went into the bunch because I went to propose the hospital a study on shiatsu and pain. And we went over a million different protocols and ways of measuring it. It was impossible to measure it definitively. And eventually he said, well, listen, I have this patient that is complicated. Do you want to try doing a session? I said, okay. And then that patient was better than the others around. And then, so I tried with others. So the hospital let me see for free some patients. Then they let me charge like a very modest fee for some of the patients. But then what happened was that in a room, there were two people come in and work on one. And then the other said, hey, why this guy is getting this stuff and it's getting better and I'm not, So it got to the point that the hospital, for insurance purposes, they could not offer something that could be beneficial to some patients and not others. And so they hired me to see all the patients of the cardiothoracic surgery department. Yeah, Columbia Presbyterian. Yeah. And I did that for a few years, and then when I left to Uruguay, another colleague of us took over. They're not running that program anymore, but yeah, we did it for quite a bit. Yeah, Nini?
I was just gonna ask, you do this and you have this quiet conversation and you figure out and you have a quiet talk with them, and then do you actually touch them when it's possible?
Yeah. It's just that I could touch them maybe in the hand, or maybe because with open heart surgery, they usually take veins from the legs. So, I could maybe work on the leg that was not cut. I could always work on the feet and the hands. But eventually I managed to do a whole session, even with the big scar there. And yeah, in the operating room was amazing because I participated in heart transplants, and I would go walking into the room with the patient. They would lie on the operating table. I would give them shiatsu while the whole team was getting ready. And then when they went under the anesthesia, I would step back. But stay and keep checking. Yeah, keep checking. Yeah. So.
The words that you use for each of the meridians,
Yeah.
is it set in your mind, or sometimes you just let any words come?
I start with the list I have. You have your list. If you want my list, I'll give you, I'll send it in a note. I have a PDF with the associations. But I start with those. Usually, when nothing happens, and it's not any of the usual meridians, boom, I go into the extraordinary meridians. And usually it's one of those. And if it's not one of those, I just do a session and God help me.
You visualize them.
Huh?
When you have a higher dive, as a visualization, once you get beyond that, to the extraordinary powers that visually created in you're scoping out.
I don't understand the question. Normally, when nothing is yes, I keep asking something else. If the 12 regular ones are not, there's not a definite yes. I say, okay, is this,
Right, the ones you had a visual image, you were working through the heart.
Yeah, that's when nothing comes from the hara.
So then you move on to the extraordinary.
Yeah.
Is there a map, or is it then?
Well, it's quite easy to relate to the conception vessel, and it's quite easy as well. The governing vessel is like a central highway there that might call your attention. But then sometimes it's the girdle vessel. It varies. But that's, like, I would say maybe it's like 3% of all the readings. Anyway, let's have a break. Okay? Are we coming back 20 minutes?
We have a certain time.
Oh, sorry, wait, we're working until 4:30.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking we were past time.
We come back at 5.
We have 10 minutes, okay, we have 10 minutes. Any other questions so far? Yeah.
Do you ever check it afterwards, or is it you just one and done with the assessment?
Afterwards, yeah, of course, I check afterwards. At the end of the session, I want to see Malibu, I want to see like, I want to see like a nice picture. I want to see that everything is more or less even, that the energy field is not a lot here and nothing there, like, or when can you lie down, please? When right there, when somebody's lying down, I'm also checking, what's from the back down, what's, I'm checking this, I'm checking that here, I'm checking there. Okay. And sometimes more information comes in, like, if not, there's nothing in the back, and so, well, she's lying down, it's like the earth energy coming in, feminine energy coming in, but it's also the past, and that's a very common thing. When a client comes in, they sit more or less at this distance, and when they're talking, I see that people, it's like, it's like, no, I'm checking the map. I put a map and then another map, and one of the maps that I use is the past behind the person, the future in front, and then I imagine how far it comes this way and how far it comes that way. So look at him and see, is there more in the past or is it more in the future? Check him. See, what's in front, does it reach me or it reaches that wall? What's behind, does it reach the wall or does it keep going or is it close to him? And I check, is there more in the back, more in the front? Yeah, okay. Yeah, to me, there's a lot more in the back. It really gets all the way to the door at least. And the front is here, okay? So what do I want to see at the end of a session? The whole picture, everything is one, like whatever's in the back, it doesn't stay in the back, it comes forward. And whatever's in the future, it doesn't stay in the future, it comes forward and back, all the love and good stuff for him that's here also needs to go to his past, and all the past stuff, good, bad, more or less, needs to support what's going to happen in the future. So I want to see that happen. I want to see above. I want to see underneath. It's like an egg, and from there we have, in all directions, but some are quite easy. And then the right side, the left side, masculine side, feminine side. Chan, 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 chan. So, can you see Seung? How do you pronounce your name? Su Young. Can you see it, please?
Yeah.
What did you feel? Yeah, more in the front, more in the back?
More in the back.
Observe.
More in the back.
Okay. What's the quality in the back? What's the quality in the future? How does it feel like?
Probably need more processing.
Is your forward here, there? Where? Okay. And the back? Yeah, but how far?
To the wall.
To the wall? Okay. All right. I think we are more future person than past person. It's not a personality, but for example, if you're a historian, what would you expect to see? Past is like Disneyland, but a lot of people, they do not allow themselves to be supported by their past. This is very important trend I also observe. It's as if I don't do it today, tomorrow's going to be hell. So I need to push, you know? And they forget that they already did a lot of stuff that even if you do nothing, you can lean on that and you'll be okay. How much support do you feel from the back?
From the past.
Yeah.
Done a lot of ancestral healing,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
and I also went to Korea last fall. So.
Okay. Okay. But that's in order.
Mhm.
Yeah. Or not really?
That's what.
Is in order? Is your past in order?
Straight.
Not straight. In order.
I would say most of it.
Most. Okay. Okay. Great. Say, I allow myself to be supported by my past.
Allow myself to be supported by the past.
Good. What do you see happens when she says that? What do you feel?
A little discomfort.
Okay. Where?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Now you say, I allow myself to be supported by my future.
I allow myself to be supported by the future, by my future.
How does it feel?
Scary.
Okay. Okay. But I think your attention, even if it's scary, is more here than there. That's why I say, you know, like, although I don't see the past is much of an issue, but your energy is in the future. Be it because it's going to be great, be it because, oh my God, what am I going to do? You know, your attention is in the future. Like the piping hot issue is in front of you, not in the past. But as much as you have all that energy in the past, I don't see it's coming to support you and bring you forward into the future without much effort. Do you get an image?
Well, I mean, I'm constantly in contact with my dad, grandfather, grandmother, and all that kind of stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they support me a lot.
Okay, but it doesn't stay there. They are here too. You know, like they're coming with you. This is the important thing. You know, like we are not allowing our past to work for us, to support us, and to gently push us forward with trust, with whatever may come in the future, because we have that done, and it's there to support us. So you
Trust and allowing.
yeah, but it's not a blind trust. It's trust on what's been done. Well done, badly done, more or less well or bad, you know. We learn from the past. So that's the... Anyway, and how about for you? Does it have any meaning, this more like short-term looking into the future? And such a reliance in the past?
Does. The past comes to mind to be this library full of books and things, and it's welcoming, but it's also a little musty and damp.
What?
It's a little damp, like I'm not like
Damp.
a little uncertain about the past as
Okay.
as a place. In the future, thanks for anxiety about the future.
Okay. All right. Now, we have meridians that refer to the past. We have meridians that refer to the future, right? So everything relates to everything, but, you know, the memory of the planet is in the water, you know. Kidney and bladder is the past. Where does the impetus come from? Fear. Doing, you know, you go into the future, but because there's something in the past that's bothering me or, you know, dangerous. I need to move forward, okay? And liver is in front of you and like, yeah, I want that apple. What is it, a pear? Or is it a carrot? Is it, like, so is that coming forward, you also need to allow yourself to the future to come to you. Let's stop and have a break. Is 20 minutes enough? Half an hour. Oh, we have the chai. We have the chai. Let's enjoy the chai. Yeah.
I didn't realize you practiced Aikido. I've been doing it for 30 years.
Oh, beautiful. Who do you train with?
So,
Okay.
it's like Ushidashi with Osensu.
that, I mean, this system applies at a distance too. Energy is not bound to time and space. Everything that we do, Shiatsu, Chinese medicine, everything is based on energy, which is not bound to time and space. So I do sessions at a distance. I teach at a distance. I do tutorials at a distance. You know, two students work and I can tell them, you know, adjust the angle or, you know, more pressure. I mean, because if you refer always to the energy field, more expansion or less expansion or contraction, you know when you're hitting it. And that you can see at a distance. There's no need to be there. You know, we're not looking at something that is 3D. We're looking at something that is non-dimensional. So it's not bound to time and space. And that's great, I have to say. So yes, if you have a doubt or a case, I can check through your memory what you did, how your client reacted, and so on. And why do I say this, and why do I make the offering, and why do I try to make it available as much as possible to my students? Because I didn't know that could be done until I saw my teacher doing it. I said, oh, wow, I want to do that. And it's no big deal. It really is no big deal. So I want to inspire you, even if you're not getting some aspects of the technique or whatever. I want to inspire you to think that this is possible. There's a crazy guy from Uruguay that's doing it, you know, and because it might help you to understand things that happen during a session that you cannot really place into the normal map. And basically what our teacher did was she expanded the map in such a way that more things have sense and meaning when you enlarge the picture, you know. So this is a bigger map in which you can not touch a person and have the same effect and same feeling as if the person is touched. Touching is easier. Like I could open that door with my mind, but it's easier if I walk there and I push it. At this level of existence, you know. So if I have you nearby, I'd rather touch you. It's a lot less energy invested for the result that we're trying to attain. But if you know that it can be done, you know, to me it was very inspiring. You know, how come this woman can know across the room of a crowded class that this guy needed to adjust like a millimeter of an angle in order to make that subo really work? You can do it. Yeah.
When I was first learning the meridians, I remember feeling really confused.
Yes.
What the difference was and how they felt. And then when I started working on really sick people, or really old people, someone with a very chronic, very serious thing, it became a lot more obvious to me, the difference. Is that what happened with you in being able to refine this? Is working in a hospital, working with people who are very, very sick? Did that help kind of clarify it?
Well, lots of things. One is that if you're reading the shit, there's no halfway. It is or is not. Now, if you're in a more comfortable position, you know, yeah, I'm having this pain, but you know, I can manage, and I have a little this, and I take a little that, and you know, it's everything is more relative. Now, but when you are in the deep shit, there's no relative. It is or it is not. So it helps you as a practitioner to be clear about what's going on. Yes. And I like those critical situations because it's very simple. And the same stuff that we do in a comfortable studio and a nice mat and so on, it goes a long way in a critical situation. So to me, yeah, it's been a great teacher, and I actively seek to get myself in that kind of situations. You know, during COVID, I formed a group with my graduates in Uruguay, and we worked in all the intensive care units that were dealing with COVID. With the doctors, nurses, cleaning ladies, all the medical staff that was getting in contact with the patients. And it was amazing. It was amazing. See, like it's those are the moments of truth. It's easier to see what's going on. It's not like half-baked truths. It's like it is or it's not. So it's good. I recommend it. And the only skill that it takes is to show up. That's the only thing I do. When I came here, I showed up. I didn't prepare. You said, you know, or I was talking with somebody with Stacey. Yeah, you said you didn't prepare, but you were prepared. Yeah, if you're prepared, you don't need to prepare. That's the thing. Yeah, like otherwise you're always like running from behind. So in critical situations, I like to show up if possible. I'm not always ready to do it, you know, because you're not always in that state. But I like to show in difficult situations, and in my practice, people know, and they call me when in the deepest shit. In ICU, somebody dying, or you know, like, and that's where I like to show up, because most of us are used to don't look, don't do, don't touch, don't, you know. I know that touch, the crappiest touch, helps in a situation like that. Okay, and if you really know what you're doing, or you know something, it's always going to help. Now, what was I going to say? I want to do an exercise because the whole thing about this way of working, it works through meaning. Okay, so letting go has many meanings, or nourishment can have very different meanings. Okay, and the meaning goes with the narrative, and every person has a narrative for their issue. And what I want to understand is that, is there a parallel narrative that can help the issue instead of making it worse or perpetuating the issue? So if I get the story, I can change the meaning and give it back to the person, and that's what takes care of it. I try to see people only once or 2 or 3 times, and that's it. You know, the whole picture from here into the future, it's packed in that session. All right. You may need a reminder. You may need a support to go through some aspects of what you need to do, but everything is in there. We were talking about why did I start doing Shiatsu? I was working in fashion, and I was working with a team of German people in Miami. I was living in Paris at the time. It was like all over the place. And we had to wait a few hours for something. And then the makeup artist said, listen, I'm studying Shiatsu. I need to practice for my class. Do you mind if I practice on your back? I said, yeah, sure. I lied on the floor, and she did a little bit of the bladder. 10 minutes. Here I am. Okay. So I know that the silliest playing at the Shiatsu practitioner that you may do at the beginning of your studies, or you know, as we all did, can change somebody's life. You know, if somebody comes to you, you can really freaking change their lives forever. So it comes with a lot of responsibility, but also with great opportunities to open up possibilities, you know. Every session that I do is the one and only session. There's no other session. I'm not going to finish this next week. I'm not going to build this. No. Because healing or whatever, transformation or call it what you may, it's instant. How long is it going to take? Oh, well, it's going to take how long you decide it's going to take, because you can get rid of it on the spot. Okay, it doesn't always happen, and I need clients to pay my rent, so they come back from time to time. You know, but they don't come with the same issue. It's like that's what my aim is. You know, you have this issue. Okay, we work with it. You may need some support, and okay, 4, 5, 6, 7 sessions, and that's it. And you know, keep coming for at least for the same issue. Okay, that is my standard. I don't want to relleno. ¿Cómo se dice relleno? Huh? No, I don't want to. You know, a box comes with a object and a lot of stuff around it. Not wrapping, no.
Packaging?
The bubble wrap.
Yeah, but that's
Cushion.
yeah. Extra stuff that is not the point. I don't know.
Well,
Huh? Fluff, whatever.
Which level is it?
You know, it's there's a lot of stuff around it. Okay, and I notice because I travel a lot. I've been teaching abroad. You know, I live in Uruguay and I teach in Italy 2, 3 times a year. Many other countries. If I go to Italy, I give one session. I don't see the patient again until next year, 2 years later. And they come back and say, oh, I'm coming for this. Oh, what happened with that? Oh, that was gone. I'm coming for something different. In Uruguay, I understood that people, they want to come every week because they want you to hold their hand as they do it, you know, and it has to be gradual. And, you know, it's an idiosyncrasy as well, you know, like different people, different places have their own way of doing it. But I've built my practice chasing people away, not because I don't need to work, you know, but I'm saying, listen, this is done, okay? It's done. Have trust that it is done. Because otherwise you're like, you're limping, it's fake limping, you know, it's done. If you don't believe it, it's not gonna fully complete the process. So I prefer that you come once and you send me your father, your son, your friend, that I keep seeing you forever and ever. Yeah.
the word you want to coddle.
Hmm?
Coddle is the word you want. You don't want to coddle. C-O-D-D-L.
I like to tell people.
Coddle.
Coddle.
C-O-D-D-L.
I don't know what that is.
It's exactly, it's like.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some people want that, you know.
Yeah.
But I get bored. You know, I get bored. And there's nothing, you know, I'm not gonna allow somebody to ruin my joy of doing Shiatsu. You know, if I do Shiatsu, I have to be excited that this is, you know, this is it. If I know you're coming back every week and nothing changes, you know, I get bored. I really get bored, and that's it ruins my experience. And I'm in the business to enjoy myself. No, it can't be
other way. All right, now, we say meaning. Did I say meaning? Yeah, the most important part here is the meaning. All right, so we're gonna do an exercise now, and you're gonna do like banal stuff that you've always done. That you hold in, you know, pushing hands exercise, pushing hands. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do pushing hands. Very simple stuff, but we're gonna change the objective for each exercise. So we're gonna get in pairs. Cam. Yeah. So let's do this. More or less, let's do half and half, or get in pairs, and one is going to be group A, and the other one's going to be group B. All right. All right. Are you all paired up?
Wait, each partner, like A, she's B, or half?
Yes. No. Each partner is A and B. All right. So one of the two is going to raise the hand. Just one of the two. And that's going to be A. You're A. Okay? You're A. And raise your hand to B. You're B. No value added attached to it. So there's no, the equal. So if I am A and Daniel is B, we're going to do this. First of all, we're going to do pushing hands. Do you know? You put hand, wrist to wrist, and you just play around in the sense that you want to keep contact, you know, see how it naturally comes. And you can play around and do your stuff. All right? This is how it feels. All right? Now, A, all the A's are going to initiate a movement. You're A. I am A. I'm just going to do my movement, okay? And B is going to block my movement, okay? So, doesn't look like blocking. No, just wrist to wrist. Just wrist to wrist. Hold the gun. Okay? It doesn't look like blocking. You know, I don't feel blocked. Do you feel like you're blocking me?
I'm not quite understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand blocking. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Now, let's go. A is going to initiate the movement, and B is going to block the movement. If I want to go there, you're not going to let me do it. If you want to go there, you're not going to let me do it. Okay?
Okay. Right. Okay.
Wait. Go ahead. So, yeah.
Do you mind having NBA and UBB so we can see blocking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think we're good.
You're A.
Idea.
Okay. Hey. Cool.
It's better opposite hands. You know, like I can do that if you prefer. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sort of like no, just we keep one hand.
All right.
Daniel, behave, Daniel, because
Nervous.
I can sit. Listen.
Yeah.
It. You have to keep contact wrist to wrist. Okay.
That's a hard part.
Yeah, not chopping heads with the other hand in the meantime.
Sorry, Diego.
All right. You do it.
I like it. Good.
Just wait. Look at Michael and Suyong. Yeah, Suyong. Who's A there?
I'm A.
You're A? Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. Stop. Okay. Now, I want you to pay attention. How do you feel being A and somebody not letting you go where you want to go? I want to know how I feel. How does it make me feel? A. And you want to know, B, how does it feel to be blocking somebody that wants to do something? Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Nice.
So Do we have somebody to match?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll keep doing it.
I was trying to take some pictures of you,
Perfect.
but I need
Has
to
to
take
be
some more.
only gorgeous pictures.
I know, I gotta take
Master.
some more later.
Instagram. We'll put a filter
But
on the
let's
top.
change. That chair, I'll grab it up.
I still. Go ahead. You're A.
You're A.
You B.
I'm lucky.
Okay. Stop.
All right.
Okay. This is supposed to be. I'm frustrated. Somebody is blocking me from doing what I want to do. And all the thing I hear is laugh.
I was frustrated.
Why is that? You are A?
Yes,
Okay.
she was strong.
How did you feel?
Strong. No, I felt like I really needed to be strong, but it was challenged.
I was
Challenging.
definitely.
You felt challenged. Okay. And you felt
Strong about it.
you could rise up to the challenge.
Yeah.
And you felt, yeah. She has a smile in her face. Shining eye. Okay.
B.
B.
Just blocking.
He was A. Laughing like, ah! You really enjoyed it.
No, I was frustrated.
Yeah.
But you were laughing like, very visibly.
Because our eye contact. Like, yeah. But maybe I did. I don't know. But I felt frustrated.
Okay. And where did you feel frustrated?
The blocking went more like back to back. She had a lot of strength. And I was feeling frustrated that I didn't know where I can find ways to move to kind of trick her to allow myself to find movement because she was really coming at me and very powerfully, not letting me do much.
Okay.
So,
And why were you laughing?
I don't know.
Okay. Fine. Now let's say all the A's. A. You were A. How did you feel to be blocked?
I didn't like it.
You didn't like it? Okay. Where did you didn't like it? How did you didn't like it?
I felt off kilter. My whole being felt off kilter because I couldn't get to where I wanted to go.
Okay. Another A. A?
Yeah.
How do you feel to be blocked?
Challenge. I want to.
Yeah, but look at that challenge. Challenge. Yeah. You're gonna do something about it. Okay? You enjoyed it.
Yeah, and
Okay. Who is A? A on that team? How do you feel to be blocked? Uh-huh. To fight. Fight away. Okay. And how did that feel? In italiano si vuole. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it felt like a strange situation and he wanted to try to find a solution. So when you blocked, you try to find a solution. Okay. You weren't really enjoying it. I can tell that non era molto godevole. Okay. Who was I? Yeah? Yeah.
I felt surprised
Yeah.
at
How well you can do it.
how well I was being blocked. That's not my kind of experience I'm used to having. So that was surprising. And I felt a little like awkward uncomfortableness with the experience.
Okay. All right. Another ace. Yeah.
I was a lazy attacker, so I thought I would just kind of like dance a little bit. But I guess when provoked, the blocker becomes defense becomes offense. Then I found I couldn't rest, and I had to like match the blocker.
Okay. How do you feel for you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Partly because I thought I was,
Other A's, quickly. Yeah.
Getting
Uh-huh.
like,
But always smiling. Nervous and smiling.
but I was thinking like it's a waste of time because I would go there anyway.
Yeah. You said, eventually I'm gonna get you. Yeah.
I was laughing because I said, I love you, but I hate you.
Yeah.
She hated me.
Okay, you felt her. Okay. And you?
Sort of a lot of fun,
Yeah.
and at the same time, you know, Kathy does this. And it was almost hard to attack her because she was evasive and pushing back at me.
Mm-hmm.
It was very fun.
Okay. And you guys?
I also thought it was fun, but maybe discouraged
To be blocked.
to be.
Okay, great. Yes?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of used to it because of like, you know, so I was kind of find a way
Yeah?
somehow.
You enjoyed it?
I don't know. It's something that happens a lot.
Yeah, and in life, it happens a lot. Okay. Now, I'm going to go again here. Yeah, if I am A, I'm going to initiate the movement, but she's not going to block me. What she's going to do is she's going to divert, deviate my movement. So if I want to go somewhere, she's not going to stop my movement, but she's going to change it into something else.
Okay.
Okay? Okay? Did you get the idea? I want to go there, and she sends me all over. Most important part is how you feel when you are diverting or being diverted. Okay? So A initiates the movement and B diverts the movement. Same A. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, A
Goes with it
initiates the movement.
and then goes with what he's doing.
Let's see what happens. You initiate the movement. Initiate. And it's B that does the trick of this time.
Just what we were doing all that.
You were, okay, it's different. Let's see. Let's see how it is.
Yeah.
But you stay in the same place. Your feet aren't supposed
You can move around the whole room. Okay. All right. Do you notice a different something in the room? Okay. Read your emotions, your sensations, but also read the room. Is there a different vibration in the room?
Yes.
How would you describe it? Pardon? Conciliatory. Oh, nice. Conciliatory. Means agreeable. Yeah, exactly.
It's like a dance.
It's like a dance. Okay. Now, in the previous exercise, there were a lot of laughs, some real, some forced, uncomfortable. Okay. Now, there are some laughs, but they're more, yeah, playful and more, I don't know. Yeah, it's like attenuated. No, whatever. Yeah, more playful. Okay, great. So, and the room feels different. Now, again, A, how did it feel to be diverted? EJ, yeah.
Yeah.
How did
It was much more. It was like problem solving and curious and flowing.
okay,
It's like, this isn't working, but hey, how about, I don't, and it felt like it was the two of us working together, even though there was a diversion going. Yeah, it was just more of a.
good. All right, great. Other A?
The first time we did it was like all
Yeah.
muscle, like masculine, like pushing against each other. I was
Yeah.
trying to like force my way through, and this time there was like hopping and twirling and swirling, and
And how did you feel about that?
it was a lot playful and light.
Okay. Anybody else? We're not going to do everybody now, but a few, yeah.
Yeah, I was, so frustrated. It felt like more like I was chasing a tail. It wasn't going.
Okay, I'm going to ask you in the next exercise. If you say frustrated,
Yes.
I'll be interested. You know, 'cause when they block you, it's frustrating. When they divert you, it's frustrating. You two in the back. Who is the A? How is? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like there was more give and take.
Yeah, of course.
Giving her,
Yeah.
but then I would take it back and then I could give her again.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, with this, you can go all around the room. I mean, you mentioned something about the feet being in one place.
That's the tradition. Feet stand.
It doesn't have to be like that. Okay. So feel free to move around. Huh? More dynamic. Okay. One last A. Yeah.
I didn't care where I wanted to go.
You didn't care. Okay. And how did it feel?
Like I wanted the first time.
Like you?
It felt good.
Yeah. Okay. Now, B's. How do you feel? Blocking? And how do you feel? What's the difference between how you felt with blocking and with diverting? How's the business? Which one?
Both.
Both. Okay, great. Okay. Blocking. How was blocking for you?
Blocking made me feel really tight.
Okay.
Diverting.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
the diverting was more fun, but.
Okay. All right. This is the nature of manipulation. We need manipulation in our lives. It's as necessary as anything else. You know, my daughter doesn't go to school because she's loving it. But I need to help her understand that, you know, there's a positive benefit of this somewhere down the line, even if she's not seeing it now. That is manipulation also. It's not that I'm inducing you into something bad for you in a different kind of manipulation. It's a manipulation as it is a manipulation, a negotiation. I want this, you want that. And, you know, well, what if, you know, I put this and you give me that? That is the same dynamic that what we're doing now. Okay. So yes, it feels more, you say give and take, feels more like there's more we can do, more dynamic. Okay. But the blocking is another game, you know, but you prefer to feel bad, but it's real. Than this stuff that I can't really know where it's gonna end and what you want to do to me, and yeah, okay. Important to understand. Because you can get more used to a blocking situation than a manipulation situation. Okay, and remember,
A or B?
a B.
Oh.
She's the one that's manipulating and blocking, the same as you enjoy both. She didn't. But although blocking felt like shit, she prefers to do that instead of entering in a negotiation. You don't negotiate. You take it or you leave it.
Is that true?
Oh, whoa, that hurts. Other bees? Mhm. Who was B?
The blocking, I am having a lot
Excuse me.
enjoyed watching her again in the street.
Okay, all right. Wait. What is your daytime job?
What?
What is your daytime job? Okay. And what are your kind of clients?
They're therapists and massage therapists.
Okay. Okay. All right. Massage therapist. And what do you think you do for them?
An opportunity to not be the one feeling all the time. Just get someone looking after that.
Okay. How do you feel the negotiation, the manipulation? Actually, is deviation, huh? Right? Diverting.
It was more back and forth, like you were saying, so I agreed. It was less like a power dynamic. It was
Yeah.
more like a tool.
But we can tell that that's not what you enjoy.
It was easy. It wasn't as fun for me, but it was
Exactly.
more like
Fun. I bet you beat the shit out of your clients.
they want that.
Yeah, they want that. And they go to you because they know she can put me in my place. Right? Yeah. How can we know all this shit from pushing hands? Okay? It's the meaning behind what you do that really tells the full story. It's not the action, it's not what you're touching, it's how what it means to you. The same gesture we're all doing is different for everybody. Okay? Whereas you see that blocking for you might be terrible, but you go for it. And for you, it's a pleasure. You're an expert in blocking, and that is a talent. It's a talent. This is your talent. You can go, choo, pa, pa, foo. Ready. Next. See, no. This. Ciao. See, like, not like, oh, but no. It's this. Yeah? Girls? What's for you?
Well, because I was doing I would call it release as well as blocking. Both times that we did it, it was kind of the same. Because sometimes when somebody comes at you, you block.
Yeah.
And sometimes you release it instead.
Okay. That's not what we're supposed to do, but it is talking about, I'll slap you and hug you at the same time. Like, yeah.
But it's a game. It's a game.
Of course.
Yeah.
Blocking is a game. Negotiating is a game. Of course. Yeah. And some of us have a talent for one or the other. And we're going to do a third part now, but it's important that you get more bees. Let me see, get the, yeah. How is it for you blocking?
Blocking, felt victorious competition. I knew I would get bored eventually. The second time felt like I was leading a dance.
Okay, yeah. You know how to do blocking. You do it very well, but you're bored. It's not exciting anymore. So you prefer to enter into a more uncertain territory. I don't know where it's going to end up, but at least I'm not doing the same thing. Yeah? Okay, yeah. One more B, stop. How was it for you? You would be, yeah,
So the blocking was challenging for me.
okay,
I have to like really use all my power,
okay.
but it was empowering if I'm able to.
She's a nurse.
him.
I mean, will you mess with a nurse? She puts you into place, like,
And the negotiation was like fun. Like,
yeah,
okay, you're coming with me,
good,
you
good,
know, like I'm sure
great.
dancing.
Any other comments or questions until now? What we doing? Okay, final part. I am A and he's B. All right. I'm going to initiate the movement as always, and you're going to follow whatever I do. You follow the movement. Your job is to keep in touch. Okay.
Follow your movement.
Yeah. So, and I don't need to feel blocked. I need to feel something else. I don't need to be deviated. I need to feel something else. Okay? Great. Bear up.
Same A's, same B's.
Same A, same B. Same as before. Yeah. You were B, you still B. She initiates the movement and you follow her, whatever she does. I'll be back in a second. Okay. All right. Let's go back to center. You don't want to stop, huh? So, how is it? Who had a blood? Okay, A, you're A. How does it feel?
I was thinking I was.
Yeah,
I kind of knew where,
yeah,
whereas the kind of negotiation, I was like, wait a minute, where are you? But this one, somewhere in the middle, so it was a give and a take, and yeah, it was more connected. It's more connected.
okay. Warning, men, we have more difficulty with negotiation than with blocking or being blocked. That men, we have more trouble with the negotiation than with blocking or being blocked. We are used to be blocked. We learn to block and to overcome the blocking. That's our basic training. Okay? Women have a lot more skills to negotiate than to block, but many are very good at blocking. And sometimes in relationships, it shows up for men and women, as passive aggression. So it doesn't look like, but it's a blocking. Okay. So another example. Another A, how did it feel to be accompanied or followed in your movement?
Before it was over with, it just felt like it was a we, not a me, or however you want to say it. It was just very flowing and we were.
This last
together.
exercise?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a we. Okay.
Yeah. It just felt much more
And how does a we feel like for you?
easy. Fun.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Is A? That was A?
She's A. We're asking the A's now. Another A? Are you A?
Yeah.
How did it feel when Michael went with you?
It felt good to have it, but I also had to make sure that I keep following.
Okay. Yeah.
So I should keep attention.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But she was telling you what to do.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
This is how you follow me. Okay? Not like that. It's like this. Okay? So, important thing here. What if you say, I allow myself to be followed in everything I do? Oof. Did you feel it? How does it feel?
Feels good.
Very good. So stop putting conditions about how you may or not follow me. Okay. Another very interesting dynamic that I also work with the archetypes of the Greek mythology, and there's Persephone, which is the what's it called the doncella, huh? Like the damsel,
Got it.
huh? La Proserpina. Yeah. Huh? It's yeah, well, she's a favorite daughter. Okay. How does the favorite daughter behave? Entitled? Huh?
Rebellion.
Not really. Rebellious is to challenge the source of the being preferred. Not rebellious. Pardon?
Does everything that the parents expect.
Yes, but
From
Proserpina, huh? What?
confident. Confident.
Confident? Yes, but manipulative. Manipulative. And in, oh, you want me? Oh, you have to go through these rings of fire and 100 proofs of your value and your, before you can be with me. So conditions, you have to have all these specific, very specific conditions in order that I can look at you and you can come with me. You know?
Oh, she said something.
What is it?
We're talking about oldest daughter. I was bringing up one of the, if anyone's ever seen Modern Family, the oldest daughter is Haley. And she's very much exactly what you had described.
Yeah, I mean, all soap operas, all movies have one Persephone. Why? Because he is the sexy one. And what is the sexy part? That she's not easily attainable. and she will make you do things for her. Okay. Anyway, that's just one example, but what is a lot more common is that we don't let people support us. We don't let people come with us. We don't let people follow us. That's the thing, because we're so specific of how we want you to do it that most likely you never make it. Okay? So it's not that you don't want to be with me and come with me. It's just that I put so many conditions that I have to keep going on my own. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's your, but it's a possibility. Other A's? Yes?
I thought it was really, really fun. I did notice that I went into like, how can I make this really hard for her? And she stuck with me, and I felt very like indulged.
There you go, right there.
I know, that's like hitting hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, feel like I'm in a therapy session.
It is a therapy session.
Yeah.
It's a therapy weekend.
Indulged. And when I felt indulged in like my fun, I felt guilty for that.
Yeah, when you feel indulged, you start punishing the other person.
No, I don't think I was punishing you. I felt bad that she was indulging me. Like I shouldn't have that.
I know, but because you have that, it's like putting conditions. Putting conditions, but you're like making it difficult, because if you were to receive all that rightfully, you feel bad. So you have to do something to drain her, stop her somehow, so you don't feel bad. So the first thing is you allow to feel good about being accompanied. Many of us, we just want to do it on our own. Fuck it. There's no value in doing it on our own. I did it on my own. Like, fuck it. It's not true. You can't do anything on your own. Yes?
But I found exactly that exhausting.
You're A or B?
I
Okay.
to watch her, to think about her.
Yeah, you feel responsible.
And by making it, I felt feeling responsible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Making it, and that, oh, this is so interesting. So, follow me.
Yeah. So you want to puncture the tire, so there's a way they're going to stop doing this stuff, giving me their attention, their love, their support. Does it make sense? Mark, responsibility. There's no responsibility if they're accompanying you without any ties. The contract doesn't say that if they accompany you, you have to do this and that. The game was, I do this and you follow me. And then all these big kind of worms come up of how are we not allowing ourselves to be supported? Is the other thing that I said about the past, I'd rather cut with my past and go on my own before I allow my past to support me. There's no perfect past, but there's support there for you. Any other A? Yeah? Oh, at least you're not frustrated. Well, Limited is frustrated with another color. Limited. Yeah. Oh, she was not good enough to follow you? Okay, So if somebody is accompanying me, it's hindering me from doing what I want to do. Is that?
Because I feel that I need to accommodate. Only, yes.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see now because A is going to be B. So B is going to do, we're going to do all the same exercises a little bit faster. You're just going to register the first, the second, and the third stages. And at the end of it all, we'll have the feedback. Okay. But anybody else wants to talk about being supported, being accompanied, being followed? Do you like it?
I felt like we were working together.
Okay.
So I didn't really like. I
You what?
didn't like being the leader for the follow. Like
I know.
when I dance, I love to dance with the lead, leads me, and I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, that's okay. But it applies to many other levels, you know, like in the sense that, well,
Yeah.
it's like when I lose trust in the ability of other people to be there for me. That's another part. No. Well, I don't know. Anyway, let's go. Now, A stays A and B stays B. But now B initiates the movement and A blocks it.
I'm not sure I got
But you just do whatever you want to do. At 6:30 because dinner starts at 6. Oh, dinner starts now, but it starts till 7. So
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, now B initiates the movement. Attention, please. Now, second part. B initiates the movement and A diverts the movement.
You always be sure.
Yeah. But I.
Just register how you feel. Okay. Now we go into the last part. Okay. Now B initiates the movement and A wholeheartedly follows the movement of B. Okay. Let's come back to the center. How do you feel to accompany him? How do you feel for you to be followed, accompanied? Good. All right, all right. Let's come back to the center. Let's make a circle, please. So, any comments of how it felt? How did this second part feel? Any comments?
Like this better. I like it better.
You liked it
First, the
when,
blocking,
wait, what did you like the most?
the third part.
Be followed by him or you following him?
He's following.
Okay, you be?
Yes.
Okay, okay, great. How did it feel to follow her?
It's all right.
Kathy, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Says it all. How did it feel for you to be accompanied by her? Well, in this last exercise, the third part was you accompanied her. In the first round, the third exercise was she accompanied you. How did you feel being accompanied?
That was more challenging.
More challenging than following her. Okay.
Kind of what they were saying about just feeling like
Yeah.
I'm trying to consider, or I don't want to do too much.
Yeah.
For this, I'm just trying to go with it. So.
Okay. All right. Listen, some of us have programming to go solo, you know, or when in certain situations there's something sketchy, we prefer to like go commando, you know, like on our own, you know, because we can fend for ourselves, you know, we don't have the responsibility of somebody else following us. We don't trust enough somebody that we can follow. So it's like, it's all set up for us to just go solo, you know, go commando, and like that, you feel you are more efficient. Yeah. I have that, but I'm learning that it's the fantasy, because I wouldn't be here without a very large bunch of people around that make it happen. Starting with my parents right behind me. You know, visualize that behind you, on your right, you have your father. Doesn't matter how good, how bad, he was there, he wasn't there. That one man that put what it was needed for you to be born. And on your left, behind you, there's your mother. How does it feel? How do you see us when you have your father and your mother behind you, and you look at another person with his father, his mother behind him? Okay, that is the only thing we could have. Some of us will be uncles, some will be grandparents, some will be sisters or brothers, wife, husband, but all of us are the child of a man and a woman. It doesn't matter who they were, how well they did it or not. I mean, they most surely fucked up, but here we are, you know. So we are never solo. We're never alone. And it's a fantasy that to pretend that we're going alone, and that's something that is very important for you to understand, that you have a full bank account on your back, and many of us are not using it. I see that as a pandemic. people not being allowed to be supported by their own past. Okay? Because the fuck ups and the painful stuff, at the end, they're all teachings. At the end, there's something that worked well because you're alive, you're healthy enough, and you're doing this stuff that's way beyond the survival phase of existence. Okay, so we need to be aware that and those two and everybody else behind us is there for us. You can call it the name that you want, okay, but it's important. We are not allowing ourselves to receive the support. We are not used to be supported. We are not used to be followed in what we want. We think we have to do it in this way or that way, or we think nobody's gonna like what I do. I mean, you've all been through that. If you're doing Shiatsu, it's because you are the special ones. A complicated child. Okay, but it worked. It worked, so why not use that support? Okay. Well, that's basically it. What I was trying to do with this exercise is that the same routine that you do with pushing hands, the same routine that you do with Shiatsu, it can have completely different meanings. And the meaning is what really makes things click. And, if the meaning of a situation or a relationship or a disease or something is not working for you, you can work on the narrative so you can change the meaning, and you will turn that at your service. That's to me, it's been the most efficient tool in my practice. Help people understand what's the meaning of the symptom, what's the meaning of the situation, and then work on that, changing the meaning. And Chinese medicine is perfect. Gives you immense amount of images, poetic ways of describing things, so you can change something that is terrible into, wow, this is the spring energy allowing me to express myself and vent my anger out and move on to the next thing, or the water or the earth supporting. So using all the language that we have, Chinese medicine is wonderful at giving you and teaching your clients a language that will help them reassess or retouch the meaning of a situation so they can start working with it instead of being blocked by it. Okay? So that's, to me, the main objective of this seminar, that through the HARA diagnosis that you can do in different ways, but the most important part is, what does it mean? Okay, and what does it mean for you? And you can make your own system. But thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Do you have any questions? Huh?
Workshops.
If I do?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I have workshops in Europe. Check my website. There's Italy, Switzerland, Greece, retreats in Greek islands. Yeah, DiegoSanchez.com. It's not a dot, by the way. It's hyphen. Yeah. And I do online sessions, I do online training as well, and online tutorials.
And then we want to go to Uruguay.
Yes.
We want to see how you do the patient.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what I do in Uruguay, which I really like, is I receive foreign students and I bring them into my practice. So they're with me all day and we see the clients together and we do a little introduction at the beginning and feedback at the end, what they observed, what I did, why they did this or that. It's sort of like an apprenticeship program. Yeah.
How long is the training or some even online? Is there a time span that you say, okay, because in your treatments you say a few times is enough. So what about training? How many times?
Training is a little bit different. There are different blocks of information. For example, I integrate the chakras into my sessions. And that's something that comes from Pauline as well. You know, in this expansion, there's a particular stage where you can't expand that much any longer without losing your form. So there's a expansion and contraction all the time, okay? And what the next stage into being able to hold a larger expansion is to translate all this information into the chakras, which is archetypal information, okay? It's not a big deal, by the way. It's not a big deal. I mean, we were lucky to train with a Russian shaman that he doesn't use ceremony or anything. You just do a couple of exercises and you feel each chakra, and then you get it through the experience, you know, how it's been to you, the first chakra, second chakra, and what are the connections and so on. So I have already modules of work on the chakras and energetic alignment and so on. There's some recorded classes and more coming up. But give me a call and we'll sort out which specific aspect you want to train in and the different workshops in different places that you can attend. Kumiko, it's been amazing that you've been able to organize this with your team, with Mihail and other people that have helped you. So I want to thank you.
And then thank you to Pauline, and then she's giving you, and then Catherine.
Yeah.
And Susan, Karen, and Maureen, all the these knowledges are such a precious, and I'm so glad, I'm so happy all of you are able to receive her information through you, and tomorrow through you, Catherine. Yeah. And we are looking forward to it. And then tonight, so we're not gonna have a bonfire. So please come back here and practice as much as Shiatsu you can. And also, if you like to, please go to the shrine and meditate. And yeah, so that's it for tonight. And tomorrow we come at 8 o'clock. And Takeo Daniel, he's gonna show us how to do the cleansing your system through alcohol.
We'll do some more like qigong.
Okay, wonderful.
Clear and set up before treatment up.
Okay, great, great. So enjoy the evening. Let's go eat. And
You mentioned,
thank you.
You mentioned Greece. Do you know Lafcadio Hearn?
Who?
Lafcadio Hearn. Yeah. Is it
Joan, this is your phone. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a man in
Can you give this to Joan, please? Is your phone?
there's a Japanese man in New York that made the sculpture.
Reach there. Stretch, stretch.
let's make it super spiritual. Yes. Okay. And receive all the energies from the universe, from all our teachers. And then Send it back to the earth. And give to each other. And breathing again. And let's continue. Breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's continue our sessions. Let's continue Shiatsu. Let's expand energy. And let's help others. Let's enjoy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Your relaxing the hair, helping you take the relaxing it into work. I incorporate that into what I do each tomorrow morning.
To go, yeah, it's to go. Yeah,
The way you described it was just.
Yeah, it's something like a tree.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
Just the way you said it was just.
Yeah.
Soft, as opposed to like.
Yeah. Yeah, the sometimes the esoteric language works for and sometimes against. Yeah, so it's important that we translate as much as possible into lay language.
You okay if I'm gonna, I can do tomorrow morning?
Yeah.